to have good multimodality to reduce greenhouse emission, raise quality of roads, and ease the movement of persons and goods across the region. Last but not least, we also observed that the health sector has never been incorporated in infrastructure development, but COVID-19 pandemic has shown us that it is necessary to plan with the ministries of health as key partners in infrastructure development. So those were the observations we made. Going with those observations, we made 4 calls for action or to action. One, that member states and development agencies should have a financing strategy to fund project preparation. This will increase efficiency in resource mobilization and project implementation. 2, member states should hold discussions to reach convergence on co-financing approaches, especially for PPPs. Number 3, member states should build harmony on procurement processes while safeguarding approaches of development partners. Last but not the least, in planning corridors, member states should adapt system design thinking that takes care of all factors, including all players and funding options. The commercial side of a project needs to be part of the thinking instead of silo thinking that only focuses on the physical infrastructure. So those were the observation and the call to actions that we came up with yesterday. And I hope the team of rapporteurs of James, Christine, and Mubarak did justice. But if there is any issue that we left out, maybe it can be flagged up in the plenary. So the plenary is open. Before we go to the presentations, is there anything that was left out, or does that capture what we discussed, what we observed, and what we are calling to action? Silence means that the rapporteurs did a good job, and therefore, without further ado, allow me to call our first presenter this morning. We are moving to where the road meets, or the rubber meets the road, not the road meets the rubber, but the other way around. The rubber meets the road. And our first presentation is coming to us from the Horn of Africa Initiative Secretariat that is currently being headed by Djibouti. And the presentation that is going to be made is entitled Priority Projects Relating to Infrastructure. The head of the Secretariat, who is Abdulrazak Ahmed Idris, is going to make this presentation. He is the head of the Horn of Africa Initiative Secretariat. He is also the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Djibouti. He has held this office since 2018. The Horn of Africa Initiative Secretariat is based, as I said, is based in Djibouti, and it is domiciled at the Ministry of Economy and Finance since 2020. So I want to call upon my brother, Abdulrazak, to take the floor. Welcome.
Thank you very much, moderator, for your introductions. As our brother has already said, my name is Abdulrazak Ahmed Idris. I'm from Djibouti. Actually, I'm the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Finance and Economy. Since January 2020, I'm the head of Horn of Africa Secretariat. The Secretariat of Horn of Africa is a very small team, which is one team leader permanent and 2 persons who are non-permanent. Since July 2021, We also hired for each country one advisor to the focal point. All country has also a focal point. For example, I'm the focal point of Djibouti, and we have in Kenya, in Ethiopia, in Somalia, focal points also. And the focal points are the director or maybe permanent secretary of each ministry of finance of those country. Horn for Africa is based on flowing visions to work together to build a prosperous, integrated, and peaceful Horn of Africa. It started in October 19. It was the formally launched in Addis Ababa, but in the spring 2018-19, the Ministry of the 5 countries, Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia, had a meeting to discuss about this topic in Washington. The program of investment and complementary soft measure covering 4 pillars and planned investment exceeding $15 billion. There is, as I said, 5 countries who is members, and in May 2021, Sudan formally joined the Horn of Africa initiatives. There is 2 development partners which is working with us, namely European Union, African Development Bank, and World Bank. And we also had some discussion with the other partners, but they are not formally in the funding or participating to the initiatives, but it's welcomed. There is maybe the French agency, which is part of one of the project of these initiatives. Igad also participates to this initiative as an observer and resource of knowledge. As I said, the Horn of Africa initiatives is built on 4 pillars. The number 1 is infrastructure. The number 2 is trade and economic integration. The pillar number 3 is resilience. And the last one, it's human capital. For each pillar, we identified in 8 projects, and we have the four pillars, 18 project profiles. On pillar 1, for example, there is 2 sub pillars. We have the economic corridors. We have 4 priority groups of corridors covering 6,000 kilometers in totals. We have also the regional energy trade. This is the sub-pillar on energy. And we have also another pillar on digitalization to promote the single marketing digital market. On pillar 3, we deals about the trade facilitations and value chain. On pillar 3, it's the project on pastoral insurance and resilience, and also water boundary ground and the fighting about low costs, and also against the COVID. And pillar 3, which is the last pillar without financing, we are dealing about human capital, how to develop the skills, and how to make a link between cultural of people of the Horn of Africa. In fact, the pillar 1 and the pillar 2 are interrelated and mutually reinforcing. Pillar 1, it's hard actions, and pillar 2, it's soft actions. Concerning corridors, we identified four corridors. The number 1 is the corridors Kismayo, Lamu, and Mogadishu. The second one is the corridors Asab and Djibouti. The third one is Berbera and Djibouti. And the corridor 4 is Mogadishu, Berbera, and Bosaso. More details may be found in project profile posted on the website. So the initiative have its own website, Horn of Africa Initiatives.org. And concerning in Sudan, I think for the few days comings, maybe we will have another corridor from Sudan, the fifth corridors. So if the second slide, you can see, the whole corridors. I don't know if it's clear, but we have the whole corridors and the road between those corridors. So in Kismayo, Lamu, and Mogadishu, for example, it is a corridor of 3,093 kilometers. So we have the transition of Negele, Futsi, Futsi. So it's not very clear, but maybe the moderator will send you the presentations. And sub pillars on energy marketing, we have four main projects, and some of those projects are also in the document made by Igad that you have. One project is the second Ethiopia Djibouti power system interconnections, which is funded by World Bank and the African Development Bank. And there is also three other projects: Ethiopia, Eritrea transmission interconnection, Somalia power transmission backbone, and there's also some technical assistance and feasibility studies for additional power interconnection in the Horn of Africa regions, including Sudan. In digital marketing, there is also three major projects: regional digital infrastructure, Feston cable, and terrestrial links and backbone connections, regional data market, data infrastructure, cybersecurity, regulatory harmonization, and the last one is regional data service marketing, that's e-governance, cross-border digital payment. This is also related to digital ID under Pillar 4. Project preparation will start very soon. On the Pillar 2, mainly trade facilitation, but also value chain, there is a series of action needed to ensure economic corridors may be exploited to their full potentialities through facilitating at border. Projects supported by all three main development partners. Key issues identified in a study posted on the website and in the course of exchange during the annual workshop held in October 2020. Further exchanges planned during the forthcoming months. It is the priority for this Pillar 2, trade facilitation. So There is a lot of action, actually nine priority actions. Hashaway and final thoughts. Hashaway only covers regional projects. So, for example, if the project must be eligible if it's between two countries, minimum between two countries, and also 3 countries and 4 countries, but the minimum eligibility is for two countries. The need to complement physical investments with soft policy actions is well understood, but not easy to implement without consensus building, which is the Hashaway Secretariat's promoting. The region remains fragile, and the initiatives aims to alleviate it by strengthening links between countries and promoting dialogue. For 2 years, Djibouti was shared these initiatives. In December the 5th, we will give the relay, as says French, in our friendly country, Kenya, and we will wish all the best to promote and to permit these initiatives to be alive and to benefit to our countries. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
We'll give them, I guess, another round of applause after. We also hear from the second presentation. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. PS from Djibouti. At Igad Secretariat, we are bilingual. By charter, we are supposed to operate in 2 languages, English and French. And sometimes we actually pick a 3rd language, Arabic, when need requires or when there is sufficient quorum. But the official languages are English and French, and our brother here was generous to us to speak in the English language, which is not taught or even officially in Djibouti, but he did a good job. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I want to call upon the second presentation. This is coming from the Kenya National Highways Authority, and we are really privileged to have the Director General himself, Engineer Kungu Ndungu, who is going to make the presentation entitled, again, Horn of Africa Initiative Projects, but coming from the regional point of view, he'll be focusing more on the ones that emanate from Kenya to the rest of the Horn of Africa. In a short bio, Engineer Kungu is a civil engineer. He graduated from the University of Nairobi. He also has a master's of business in business administration, and he has spent a lot of time since 1998 working in the road sector. At the moment, through the Kenya National Highways Authority, where he's the Director General, he's managing projects such as the Northern Corridor, the Mau Summit, Kericho, Kisumu Road, the Port of Mombasa, the roads in that area. And he's also been working on development, on project design and preparation for funding and implementing projects under the armpit of the Kenya National Highways Authority, which he has headed since 2020. So without further ado, I want to call Engineer Kungu to take the floor.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, delegates. Perhaps we could have the PowerPoint presentation. We have a few slides on the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Projects. A few slides I'd like to take you through. Maybe to the next one. I don't have the... I'll take you through this because we all understand the need for connectivity so that we can have trade among ourselves. And if you listen to even the president of Kenya, I believe it was yesterday or so, when he spoke in South Africa, he talked about borders that were created by other authorities and not ourselves. And as we respect those borders, we are not moving forward as Africans because those borders have become a problem in many instances to us. And so in Kenya, we are developing a connection from Isiolo, and I'll shortly take you through the same. But just as an intro, we notice the countries that are there in Igad that we have gone through. But with regard to what we have on the screen now, we are developing a road of about 740 kilometers, and that is from Isiolo to Mandera, and that will afford a connection from Isiolo to Mandera and onwards to Ethiopia and Somalia. Now we note that the connection from where we are in Nairobi to Isiolo is already paved. So the connection also from Mombasa to Nairobi is also paved. Some sections are a dual carriageway. So this will offer us a connection basically from where we are seated in Nairobi all the way to Mandera. 740 kilometers, we have about $750 million from the World Bank, and also from various development partners such as ADB and the Arab banks. Next. There we note that we are looking at the development of this corridor, not just as a road. So one of the main items is optic fiber connection. Some 740 kilometers of fiber will run along the road. We will also have about 200 kilometers of fiber to institutions such as schools, hospitals, etc., because we have been digitizing public services and public utilities. Therefore, this will offer a learning experience for the schools where you can communicate. We have all gone through COVID and realized the need for internet connectivity. We note that as part of this corridor development, we will have one-stop border posts at Kenya. We'll have, in Kenya, we'll have one at Mandera. We'll also have a river crossing to Ethiopia, River Dawa. So we seem to have lost connection. We'll also have one to River Dawa, maybe the last one, sorry. And for Mandera in Kenya, we are doing something. I believe Somalia will also be doing something with the World Bank. We are reaching out to our neighbors through our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next. So this is just an indication of where we stand in terms of trade facilitation, where Tramu, Kenya has done its bit. The Ethiopian side is yet to do their bit, but we expect them to come on board soon. We have another one on the Somali side. We are doing our part, but the part on the Somalia is not yet done. We seem to be having a connection problem for a technical hitch. Allow me to pick my iPad so that we can respond. So I talked about the fiber optic connectivity, and in the project we are going to make that connection. I was talking about of 740 kilometers and the 200 kilometers. And this ICT infrastructure is a lesson that we can all draw as African countries, that when we do a road, we also put it as a development corridor, instead of just doing a road just across the country. The current status, as we all know, is that the roads that we are talking about are more or less in this condition, that photo, whenever it rains very heavily. But we want to transform this into a highway, an international standard highway of 7 meters carriageway and 2 meters shoulders, and therefore afford cheaper transport across this region, and also a connection to our neighboring countries. And so we have about 4 key goals under this development project. We want to have economic dynamism along the regional economic corridors. We need a functioning regional market is one of our priorities. We wish to give access, quality access to the public. We also intend to have collective action to address the crisis of regional economic contagion or fragility. We realize that the areas we are passing through have been underdeveloped for many years, and therefore they require government assistance and intervention so as to quickly develop. We have about 4 key indicators. The average time moving from Isiolo to Mandera is about 3 days. The ones who are Kenyans, we know this. We'll reduce this to about 24 hours maximum. We also expect that public transport from Isiolo to Mandera will be much more available, because currently you have to almost wait for a bus or a truck, and it takes you quite some time to even get that. There are accidents that occur, of course, given the situation that we are in on these roads, and that we expect it to be corrected. For border crossings, we intend to have a considerable improvement with our partner states, say at Ethiopia or at Somalia, once we have one-stop border post. We have all witnessed the benefits of one-stop border post, where a truck basically just goes through seamlessly from one country to the other to facilitate trade. Given the optic fiber connection, we expect public services to be available. In Kenya, you pay your taxes online, and we have the M-Pesa system for the money movement. So we also expect the benefits, of course, to the women and children. We have significant social safeguards in place as we undertake these projects. We intend to create a road management information system that will be set up to monitor the performance. And we'll also have a training component in terms of capacity building. One of the components is going to the University of Nairobi, where we'll develop an institute for land acquisition and corridor management for roads and other facilities. And this will be available as a regional training ground for all of us. We also have a component for KRA, Kenya Revenue Authority, who are undertaking some training with our neighboring states, Ethiopia, I believe, and Somalia. Now, these are the various components. The first one being Isiolo Kulamawe, 77 kilometers. The budget is about $85 million. We expect to hit the ground running. We have already launched the project with the World Bank. In January, we should be doing groundbreaking. The next one is Kulamawe. It's Kulamawe Modogashi, 113 kilometers. We also expect to do groundbreaking in January 2022. We have the next section of Modogashi Samata, which we are undertaking under a PPP arrangement. Financial close should be this month or early next month in December. About $80 million US dollars cost estimate. The length is 68 kilometers. We have Samata Wajir, 90 kilometers to be upgraded as well with the Arab Banks Consortium. We expect works to start sometime in July 2022. We come to Wajir Tabaj, 55 kilometers, estimate about $81 million. And we expect to start works by July 2022. We have Tabaj Kotulo, 64 kilometers. Estimated cost $79 million, works to start in July 2022. Kotulo Kobo, 38 kilometers, $59 million estimated, works to start in December 2022. Kobo Oil works, similar start times, December 2022, $45 million, length of 21 kilometers. We have Elwak Lamu, 142 kilometers. The procurement for these works is ongoing, and we expect commencement by January 2023. Ramu Mandera, 72 kilometers, $120 million. We expect to get to financial close either this month, end of this month, early next month, and then we can proceed to works. I'd wish members to delegates to take you through briefly other connectivity routes for the region. And the first one is the Lapset corridor, starting from Lamu, and we proceed up to Isiolo, and you can go north because Isiolo Moyale is already paved. There's a connection that is missing, as we'll see, between Isiolo and the corridor to South Sudan. The next, maybe next slide. So in summary, the connections of from Lamu, we have the 7 kilometers within Lamu town, which is available. We have Lamu Ijana to Garissa, about 249 kilometers, whose stage construction is ongoing. We have Garissa Kulamawe, which is under procurement. Kulamawe, Isiolo, of course, we've gone through that. Isiolo Moyale, 500 kilometers, it's available for use as we stand today. For Isiolo to Manalal to connect to the Sudan corridor, about 368 kilometers, the designs have been done, and we are looking for funding to connect the two corridors. That is the one to Ethiopia, to Moyale, and the one to the west towards South Sudan. For the South Sudan link load, and the World Bank projects, these projects are complete, practically complete, all of them, upgraded to international standards. And therefore, we are saying that when you look at the map of Kenya, whether you use Mombasa Port or you use the port of Lamu to move the goods, it is available for your goods within the region. I want to quickly go through the Northern Corridor. The Northern Corridor, as we know, from Mombasa to our Malaba border with Uganda. And for this section, as we all know, it is paved from end to end, but there are some congestion issues that we have experienced. So through Nairobi, we have the improvements that I'm sure most of you have seen, the expressway that is coming up, so that we ease off the movement. To the east of Nairobi, we have also dualed quite a section, almost 30 kilometers. And to the west, we are also dualing, so that we ease the congestion through Nairobi. We also have a PPP project that is coming up that will run from Nairobi through Nakuru to Mau Summit. And we are negotiating with the project company to close hopefully sometime early next year. So there'll be a dual carriageway all the way from Nairobi through Nakuru, 150 kilometers away from here, and another 50 kilometers from Nakuru to Mau Summit. And beyond that, we are also planning another PPP to move from Mau Summit all the way to Malaba, so that we'll have a duo basically from Nairobi all the way to our border with Uganda. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya is ready for business. We are developing our ports. We are also developing our railways. And we are also developing our roads, and we are keen on business so that we can trade among ourselves. I thank you.
After those two packed presentations, starting with the regional outlook and getting an example of a national outlook, how we are connecting to each other, I wish to ask you again to give the two presenters another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, engineer. Thank you very much, PS Abdulrazak. I hand over now to Zakaria Kingori to moderate discussions. He will moderate from the back where the big banner is. We know that Engineer Kungu Ndungu needs to run to another national engagement, but I'm sure he will bear with us and give us just a few minutes for the discussion. So over to you, Bwana Kingori.
Thank you, Brazil, and thank you, PS Abdulrazak, and Kenha Director General Engineer Kungu for the two presentations, which show us that the region means business, and we are set to connect the region. And now, without wasting more time, I would like to invite the participants, those who may be having questions or any more information to add to the presentation, to take the floor. So the floor is open. Any questions, contribution? Okay, we have Sudan. Sudan, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. My question is, I would like first to thank the two presenters for their very good and enlightful and presentations and useful ones. My question is to our brother Abdulrazak about the Horn of Africa initiative. If you can, my first question is related to the, you know that in the 4 pillars, in the last ministerial meeting of the, I think it was in August, there was a proposal from Sudan to add a 5th pillar to that initiative, which is the food security. So I would like to ask, how far are we there? And the second question is regarding the membership of our sisters and brothers from South Sudan. And the third question is the projects with Eritrea, in the fact that Eritrea is not, now currently they are not part of Igad, but how far the projects with Eritrea are going on now. Thank you very much.
Any more questions, contributions from participants? While we wait for more questions, we give the floor to PS Abdulrazak to reply to Sudan's query.
Thank you very much, moderator. Maybe I speak in French because there is the translations.
Technology really truly works. So you can just put on your headphone, channel 1 for, is it channel 1 for English? Yeah? Channel? Or just switch on and it will be.
Merci beaucoup pour le distingué délégué du Soudan pour la question. Effectivement, il y a 4 piliers qui ont été arrêtés lors des négociations d'octobre 2019 par les ministres des États, les ministres de l'économie et des finances des États membres et les partenaires. Soudan a adhéré à l'initiative en mai 2021. Ils sont venus avec des propositions qui sont très intéressantes. Je crois que c'était au mois de mars au mois de juin que le Soudan avait participé aux premières réunions du ministre de l'économie et des finances de Horn for Africa. À l'époque, ils avaient proposé aussi qu'ils avaient 2 propositions. La première, c'était que d'ajouter un pilier numéro 5 sur la sécurité alimentaire. Les ministres ont adopté cette vision parce que c'est vrai que la sécurité alimentaire est quelque chose qui concerne la Corne de l'Afrique et l'Afrique en général. C'est important et je crois que les ministres ont bien accueilli, mais des discussions techniques devaient être suivies par après. Donc, il était question d'organiser une session sur comment intégrer justement la sécurité alimentaire comme pilier. Mais on peut aussi intégrer la sécurité alimentaire parmi les 2 autres piliers, les piliers 3 et les piliers numéro 4. Parce que la sécurité alimentaire, c'est aussi une question de résilience. La sécurité alimentaire est importante pour le développement du capital humain. Donc, quelque part, l'idée, elle était là, mais pourquoi ne pas aussi scinder, tout comme au départ, les piliers numéro 3, résilience et capital humain étaient un seul pilier. Il y a justement cette possibilité de pouvoir prendre en considération cela. Mais pour des raisons pratiques aussi, nous ne devons pas multiplier les différents piliers. Donc, s'il y a déjà des piliers qui sont pratiquement à peu près pareils, l'intérêt, c'est de pouvoir les garder ensemble. Les négociations ou les discussions ne sont pas encore rompues. Je crois qu'il y a les partisans de ceux qui disent qu'il y a déjà les piliers 3 et 4 qui intègrent d'une manière ou d'une autre la sécurité alimentaire. Eux, il y a ceux qui soutiennent qu'il faut un pilier sur cela. Mais les discussions sont toujours en cours de route et elles ne sont pas encore finalisées. Pour la question de l'adhésion du Soudan, c'est aussi une question qui avait été posée par les ministres Mohamed Djibril, les chefs d'État, les ministres de l'économie et des finances n'ont pas, je pense qu'ils ne verront pas d'objection. Je vais peut-être un peu m'avancer par rapport à ça, ils n'y verront pas d'objection, mais le Soudan vient de rejoindre l'initiative Horn for Africa. Et déjà, ça va demander une rediscussion parce que les propositions de projets que vous avez vues, le profil que vous avez vu n'inclut pas encore le Soudan. Donc, il faut travailler pour que des projets du Soudan soient inclus. Il va y avoir certainement un corridor numéro 5 qui part de Port-Soudan. Maintenant, pour le Sud-Soudan, l'idée a un sens. Parce que c'est vraiment un pays de la Corne de l'Afrique qui a besoin d'avoir des sorties parce qu'il est enclavé. C'est un pays qui est jeune, qui a besoin d'être appuyé, mais les procédures telles que c'est fait aujourd'hui, je crois que le Sud-Soudan peut demander au prochain chair écrire un courrier officiel demandant son adhésion. Et puis, lors d'une réunion de ministres de Horn for Africa, ils décideront de la démarche à suivre. Mais l'idée de l'adhésion fait un sens. Pour la question de l'Érythrée, l'Érythrée est membre de la Horn for Africa, mais pour vous dire la vérité, ils n'ont jamais été actifs dans l'initiative. Donc, ils n'ont jamais participé à des réunions, ils n'ont jamais émis des souhaits de propositions de projets. Mais ce qu'il faut savoir, c'est que Horn for Africa, c'est d'abord une intégration politique à travers la paix. Et les ministres ont décidé de maintenir l'Érythrée dans le groupe, mais pas l'en sortir, parce que ce n'est pas l'objectif recherché. L'objectif de la Horn for Africa, ce n'est pas d'écarter un pays qui est membre de la zone. S'il n'est pas actif aujourd'hui, peut-être il le sera plus tard. Donc les ministres ont décidé de le maintenir, quoi qu'il en coûte, bien qu'ils n'ont jamais participé à aucune réunion, si ce n'est peut-être la première, où c'était l'ambassade de l'Érythrée à Addis qui avait fait cette participation. Quant à sa participation à l'Igad, je pense que je vais laisser les soins aux responsables de l'Igad de pouvoir dire qu'est-ce qu'il en est. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Djibouti. We continue with the questions from participants. Any more issues, questions from participants? Again, while we wait, I want to also take the other side as a participant in this roundtable and inquire from the Director General of Kenya National Highways Authority about I know Kenya is well connected with Uganda, but there was another connection through, I think, Swam, and Kenya was doing Kitale Swam, and then Uganda was also doing Swam to Kiguli, so that we have Kenya and Uganda also is connected through a third border post. I don't know how far this has been done. And then also, I don't know whether I missed some information from the presentation, how far Kenya is connecting to South Sudan through the Nadapa border post. Those are the two questions I would request Kenha, the Director General of Kenha, to just update us on the status. And then after that, we'll give the floor to Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, moderator. The two issues you have raised, you are right. There is the connection between Kenya and Uganda through Swam. The Kitale Swam road is under construction. The project is ongoing. A few hiccups here and there, but it is ongoing, and it will include also the development of a one-stop border post. With regard to our connection to South Sudan, in one of the slides, I highlighted the development of that corridor from Lodwar all the way to the border with Sudan. There is a gap that is existing between us and South Sudan, and I believe this is taken up within government. This is a short section that has not been taken up for construction, but the rest of the projects are practically complete, except for the last section towards Kenya of about 40 kilometers, whose progress is quite good. So the corridor to South Sudan from Kenya is under development. Rather, it is complete for the upper section into Turkana. For the lower section, we should be starting some works around Eldoret to Kitale in the next few months. I thank you.
Thank you, DG. Now the floor is for Kenya.
Thank you very much, moderator. I would like to thank the two presenters for the good presentations. It's actually not a question, it's a comment. When the Director General Kenha was making his presentation, he mentioned the need for our two neighbors, Ethiopia and Somalia, to engage with Kenya, because Kenya has already committed funds to connect to the two countries at Ramu for Ethiopia, where we shall be constructing a bridge and a one-stop border post. It is important that to complete that connection for purposes of trade facilitation, there's need for the two countries to collaborate. At Mandera, where we shall also be doing a one-stop border post to Somalia, it is also important to have coordination of the two countries. Now, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Kenya, has written quite a while ago, a few months ago, to Ethiopia and Somalia, requesting for their transport ministers to engage the transport minister for Kenya, so that we can form a joint coordination committee for purposes of engaging, particularly because of the issues of trade facilitation, as well as other activities around the border. We note that this is a dated covenant under the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, and we are supposed to have formed that joint coordination committee by the end of December this year. So it is important that maybe Igad, through Igad Secretariat, we are requesting that we get support to ensure that this joint coordination committee is established before the end of this year. The other issue that I would like to mention, and it is part of the presentation that was made by my colleague, Engineer Kongo, is the design of the road from Garissa to Liboi around the border with Somalia. Under the Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, we are undertaking a design review of that road. And what is critical for Igad Secretariat to note is that we do not have financing for that section. So we shall be looking for funding so that we are able to connect with the Somalia at Liboi, where we can also do another one-stop border post. What is also significant to note is for purposes of trade facilitation, under that Horn of Africa Gateway project, the Kenya Revenue Authority will also be doing or establishing some units along custom units along the corridor, so that issues of trade facilitation can be enhanced. So those are my comments, moderator. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Kenya, for that contribution and the request to Igad, which has been noted. Now we give the floor to South Sudan.
Thank you very much. I would like to register my thanks for the two representatives about the comprehensiveness of the issues that they raised. And also will thank a brother from Sudan for bringing up the issue of including South Sudan in the Horn of Africa organization. And we thank you for that. And I think also this has been the intention. And we also thank the Permanent Secretary of Djibouti, Minister of Finance, to clarify that the organization is only waiting for the response of South Sudan or the expression of interest of South Sudan, whether they would like to join or not. This session has been very much educating, and this is very, very key. What I learned specifically from the DG of Road Authority is just similar to what conventional wisdom tells us. You know, if you want to integrate, if you want to integrate with people, then you have to do it integrate within yourself. And I am very much impressed by the projects, road projects that are taking place within Kenya itself, you know, very impressive. And then 2 or 3 extension to the integration agenda. We are also doing the same. We are doing some integration projects, things. We hope to link up with Kenya and also with, okay, we are improving the road to Numali. But what I want to ask for my own education is this. I understand that most of the projects that have been are ongoing, and that are going to commence very soon in Kenya are with contribution from international lenders. We in South Sudan, we are almost doing everything concerning this integration with a null contribution from either World Bank, IMF, or any of the lending institutions, world institutions. And what I want to know is from the DG is when you came up with this project, was the promise of eminent integration very instrumental in convincing the supporters, the donors, to help you carry out this project? The importance of this question is that we would like also to follow suit. We would like also to talk of integration, so that we are helped also to connect, to achieve connectivity within our country. So our country is suffering within, and of course, with the integration to the other countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South Sudan. I think we also take from Sudan so that the presenters can be able to have enough to respond to. Sudan.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'd like also I'm very sorry to take the floor for the second time. My question to Engineer Kumu is regarding the big elephant in the room. That is the finance for infrastructure in Igad region. When we look to Kenya, I find that Kenya is far more developed than the other countries of Igad. I mean, you have a very vibrant private sector. You have a well-developed, I can say that, capital market. You have, you have also the level of taxation is very high. as a percentage of GDP compared with other parts of other countries of Igad. My question is, in your experience in Kenya Highways Authority, what was the role of the private sector in the projects that are implemented or designed by Kenya Highways Authority, and also the possibilities of public-private partnership in the construction of highways? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sudan. We give the floor to the Director General Kenha to respond to those two queries and also comments made by South Sudan and Sudan.
Thank you, moderator, for those questions. Thank you, fellow delegates. The first question on whether regional integration is a consideration for funding some of these roads. The answer is yes, in the sense that even within the East African community, we have those designated road corridors that are supposed to enhance our integration as a bloc, as a trading bloc. But of course, when it comes to project preparation, it needs to be viable, and also the studies have to start a bit earlier, the normal preliminary designs, feasibility studies, etc. It is true that this takes a bit of time, but also when you get proper funding, some of these projects are really transformational. And so, yes, regional connectivity is one of the key issues that kicks in, especially for the projects that we have done, connecting to South Sudan and also connecting to Ethiopia and Somalia. For the second question on the role played by private sector, ourselves as Kenya National Highways Authority, we do not own a single piece of equipment. All construction is done by private players. Almost all the designs we do are done by private players. So at the beginning of that, we do of course, the oversight. And of course, we'll give the requirements as the employer. We do have a lot of engineers and very well qualified engineers who oversight the consultants. But by and large, we depend on private sector support to document these projects, and of course, to implement these projects. And further, the question on funding. Funding, as we all realize, in many places, in many countries, funding is becoming a big issue, where governments would wish to get development that is off the national debt. And therefore, PPP is one of the areas where we are building capacity, both as a country and as an institution as Kenha, to the extent that we foresee that many of our projects going forward will be depending on private capital. Would that capital be from the Republic of Kenya? Would it be from external sources? That we shall see. But we are ready to receive that to implement projects. So to us, the private sector is one of the key players in our growth. As I've said, in terms of our project documentation, implementation, and now we are moving to financing. Thank you.
Thank you, Engineer Ndongo. Any more questions? Seems we have exhausted the questions and the comments from the delegates. So over to you, Brazil. We go to the next stage.
Thank you very much, King Ori, for that moderation. And we come to an end to our morning session. And we're just about to, and we kept time, actually, we've just run up with 3 minutes, though we started a bit late. So two announcements. One is to the heads of delegations from Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda. If you can just, for the closing ceremony, which we intend to do just before lunch, if the heads of delegation would join us on the podium to give a very brief observation, general observation of the 2.5 days that we've been here, and two, to also just give us in their own words what they see as the way forward in the context of the Igad regional infrastructure master plan. So that is one announcement. The second announcement is that each delegation and also our development partners will be receiving a copy, courtesy of the Igad Secretariat, of the Industrializing Africa magazine. So please, as you go out, pick your 2 copies from the reception desk, our reception desk. But if you need more copies, the publishers of this magazine, which is quite bulky, and I see they've actually captured the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as their main story. You can actually have a copy, extra copies at a cost of $15 US, 15 US dollars, also available to the delegates outside. So those are the announcements I have. We will resume at exactly, say, 11 or 5, so that we can then have our final presentation and then have our closing ceremony. So thank you. Enjoy your health break. Thank you. Once again, thanks for the presenters, Engineer Kungunungu and PS Abdurazak. And we appreciate your being with us today. Thank you. I would like to call the meeting to order. Those who are outside, if you can come in, please. Please come in. I see the director, Dr. Osman, coming in. Noor, Dr. Ayan. Thank you. Right. So, thank you once again. So we have one presentation that is going to be made now. This is going to come from our good friends at Liquid Intelligent Technologies. So we are going to receive a presentation from Mr. Ben Roberts. Ben Roberts is the Group Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Liquid. Ben has held this position since 2017, but previously he was the Chief Technical Officer at the same organization since 2006. His experience spans about 20 years, or actually more than 20 years, across the range of technologies in design support, integration, and operational management roles. This he has done by leading different initiatives at the group, that is the Liquid group, in networking, product strategy, and expanding its technology base, including fiber networks across Africa. Ben led the integration and business transformation process when he was the CEO of Liquid Telecom Kenya. That is between 2013 and 2017. He remains in Kenya as the board chair of the group, and in his current role, Ben is driving innovation across the group while exploring how digitally transform services and technology stack can be launched to the customers, helping them to innovate using the services of Liquid. Before joining Liquid Telecom, Ben was responsible of electronics design and satellite systems at Ericsson UK Limited. I remember my first mobile phone was actually the Ericsson, the one with the aerial. So this brings very interesting memories. But before that, also he worked in the motor industry in the US. He's an engineer by profession, and he holds a bachelor's degree honors in physics from the University of Bristol in the UK. Last but not least, without saying much about Ben, and it's just that he's a very passionate person when it comes to STEM, that is science, technology, and mathematics, education, and that he is a board committee member of the Young Scientist Kenya. So Ben, if I did not represent you well, I apologize in advance, but you have the floor.
Thank you. It's a very excellent introduction. Happy to be here today. As introduced, my name is Ben Roberts, and I'm with Liquid Intelligent Technologies. So today I'll welcome. We have here ministers, state ministers, principal secretaries, and ambassadors and ladies and gentlemen, and all protocols observed. Today I'm going to talk about infrastructure, ICT infrastructure in the Igad region. Do you have the presentation? Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm going to talk a bit about infrastructure in the Igad region. I'll start with talking about our company, just to introduce and some of the things that we have done and when we got into this part of the world. Basically, we founded in 2004, a part of the Econet group of companies. Predominantly serving networks in Nigeria, Zimbabwe, Lesotho, but initially in satellite communications, so in UK, moving into building fiber. So when satellite communications were changing the way they work and fibers were coming to the coast of Africa, the east coast of Africa, we expanded and built fiber into Zimbabwe, into Zambia, into DRC. And around about 2013, we entered East Africa and bought companies in Kenya, Rwanda, Uganda, Tanzania, all at the same time, including a data center and the largest fiber optic network in the region. So we've been here since then. We've rebranded recently to Liquid Intelligent Technologies, but we've been continuing our growth in the Igad region. Two world firsts that we've done here really in terms of serving regional connectivity for Igad. Not long after coming to Kenya, we had the big fiber network in Kenya, but we had an approach from one of the large networks in Somalia, and they wanted a terrestrial link to the Somali border. So we built fiber from Garissa to Liboy. 2014, that was launched. It was actually the first fiber optic data connection into Somalia. The subsea cables, the easy cable landed about 3 weeks after and was live about 3 weeks after our fiber was live. Yes, it still serves as a very good backup route for when the fiber has been damaged. We'll go back a bit, you jump. But also, you jump to, just go back. We've also, in 2020, let's say this one, yeah, 2020, we launched the first fiber into South Sudan, we built fiber optic network from Nimuli in Uganda. So we used the government national backbone to get from Kampala to Nimule, and then we used our own fiber. We built fiber into Juba, the capital of South Sudan, and we've also built about 60 kilometers of metro network in Juba, connecting all of the NGOs, government offices, hotels, and banks and things within Juba city. So it's for us, it's two nations that have been connected for the first time with our fiber. So that's our contribution to the connectivity in the region. Next slide. Yeah, so this is our fiber footprint. It's across the whole continent. We have, you can't see it so well here, but basically about 100,000 kilometers of fiber across the whole of African continent. And we have, routes crossing from east to west and north to south of the continent. You can carry on clicking. Yeah, so, we've been building the fiber out. We've acquired big networks in South Africa as well to have a very strong footprint. And we've also acquired, you can click next slide. We've acquired some of the biggest data centers and built some of the biggest data centers in Africa, both in South Africa and Kenya, 3 of the largest on the continent. And we're building one in Nigeria. So that's launching actually this week. We're in about 13 countries, and that's the sort of region down. You can see the region of coverage where we have our own fiber, but we also interconnect at the border points of some other countries and connect onto national fiber networks of some of those other countries. Yeah, keep clicking until it all appears. So this is our data center in Nairobi. It's a fully redundant tier 3 certified data center. It's the most connected place in East Africa. And I will talk a bit about internet exchanges, and I'll talk a bit about cloud and what we call content delivery networks. But you'll find that all of the networks and most of the larger global content delivery networks are common here in Nairobi in such a data center. You can keep going. Yeah, so keep going to the next one. It's 5 megawatts design of IT load in total. So before I talk about infrastructure, let's go back. Yeah. Before I talk about infrastructure, I just want to talk just some trends that have happened with infrastructure and with ICT usage in the last 2 years that we've been undergoing a global pandemic. What we saw was a shift from office working to home working. And as a result of that, we saw big changes in the way people were using networks, people working from home, using mobile networks, using home broadband networks. In places like Nairobi, there's about 300,000 fiber to the home installations. So people working at home, doing their meetings and changing the way bandwidth was being used. But more importantly, using a lot more cloud-based collaboration tools. So a graph here is, the graph on the left is showing the bandwidth in the office reducing over the space of 6 weeks, almost to nothing. And then it's seeing the usage of a collaboration platform like Microsoft Teams being used more and more for more meetings, more document sharing, more working from home and more working that way digitally. But of course, it's now the new normal. This was exciting to talk about this 18 months ago, but now we're used to Zoom calls every day and using cloud-based platforms. It's become part of our everyday lives. But the traffic on the internet has shifted from being traffic you use in the office, within the office, and moving towards cloud. And we've seen the importance of internet exchange points becoming more important than ever, because they're there to exchange traffic between the mobile networks that we use at home, the access networks, and the office networks, and also to the cloud providers. You can go to the next slide. So this is what's happened. We've seen this, shift and acceleration in digital transformation, really pushed around, or whilst we've been building infrastructure, we've seen digital transformation move at a linear rate. But in 2020, humans started to behave differently. And we've seen what I call the coronavirus accelerant, which has changed the speed and the rates that we are digitally transforming at. This was cited in an article by Forbes, this article here, but it's also exposed the digital divide. You can go to the next slide, but having had to move this way so quickly. This is a typical school in Kenya. This is a computer lab in Kenya, but I think in education, we've seen the most impact in terms of being left behind. So if you're at home and you've got a fast internet in your office, or you've got a good mobile network in the city, it's okay. Some of us even been moving out and working from the countryside where we have good connections, but it is the schools that were closed during the pandemic, not having access to high-speed broadband, and in many countries, children having no education for almost a year or longer. And it's a global trend of exposing digital divide. Even in New York City, they were finding that some children were not able to afford broadband to have online lessons. But anyway, the problem has been deeper in Africa, with both schools not having fast broadband and also children not having enough broadband connectivity or the devices they can use to access lessons when they're at home. You can jump to the next one. So yeah, before I talk infrastructure, I want to talk about networks, and just I'll use some terms here, but for those that aren't so techie, we talk of 4 miles when we're building networks. We talk about the first mile. The first mile is the main connection into a country. That can be a subsea cable up to a landing point, or it can be a terrestrial cable into a capital city, as we've seen in Juba. But it's the first connection that comes into that country and to the main places. Then we have what we call the middle mile. The middle mile becomes often a backup to the first mile, but it connects up the other cities in the regions of the thing. And a lot of government fiber projects have focused on addressing the middle mile. We've also built middle mile in a number of countries as well. But it includes as well internet exchange points, which are where the internet traffic and where the data is exchanged. Then we come to the what we call the invisible mile, which is around policy and spectrum and good governance, data protection laws, cybersecurity, the hidden things that enable the infrastructure of the internet to work. And then last but not least, in fact, perhaps the biggest challenge for Africa is the last mile, which is the connectivity into the person, to the handset or the desktop computer of the user. And this is where the biggest chunk of investment needs to be done across the continent. And just given here, there's a good publication from the ITU, which came out last year, and I was part of the launch, which is the Last Mile Internet Connectivity Solutions Guide. It's talking about how to address meaningful broadband down to the last mile. We have a very good concept of mobile first, with 3G and 4G being very effective. 5G is coming. But that's mobile broadband and designed for mobile handset usage. As we get into using very high speeds in the house, if we're using a lot of online calling or collaboration or video gaming or watching Netflix, we need to have faster, for more meaningful and always on broadband. So ITU has given us a great guideline here how to build networks. I'll refer to some of these terms as we go through. So that's why I really wanted to introduce. We can go to the next one. So yeah, I'll actually talk about subsea cables. So the first thing I mentioned is the first mile. So just an update on where subsea cables are in the Igad region. The first subsea cable, these are existing cables. The first subsea cable that came and addressed connectivity in the Igad region really was the Easy cable, which launched in around 2009. But that one was touching Sudan, Port Sudan, Djibouti, Somalia. It came to Somalia a bit later, so just about 2014. But it came to Mombasa and then straight to the rest of Africa as well. But that cable is a very African cable. And in the places of Djibouti and Port Sudan is where you can cross connect onto other cables, Europe to Asia cables, which can then get you to, then we're getting people to a European or an Asian internet exchange point. Having said that though, Djibouti has by far the most interconnection. Port Sudan only has 3 cables to go to Saudi Arabia, and one of them is quite old and overused. But Djibouti has many of the new cables, the big cables that are going Europe to Asia. So most interconnection from Easy onto Europe is going there in Djibouti. Then we have 2 quite interesting regional cables. So one is called Dare One, which I think launched early this year or late last year, which is actually an initiative of Djibouti Telecom. So Djibouti have built a cable and it's connecting from Djibouti to Mogadishu, Somalia, I think also to Berbera, and then Mombasa as well. So it's one of a first of a few regional cables, and this is very much designed to interconnect the Igad region. As well as that, we have G2A, which is another cable which is connecting from Oman to Berbera and Bosaso. So that is another regional cable. So connecting from some of the large cloud data centers in the Middle East, which are in Oman, and enabling some of these northern areas, Somaliland and Puntland, to have subsea connectivity that's independent. Go to the next slide. Then we have some under construction. So Peace is a cable which is under construction. This is a Chinese project and part of the Belt and Road Initiative, which is now, I think the ship has left and is under construction. This cable will extend all the way to Europe, crossing through Egypt. I think they'll lease some fibers on the way to Europe. But again, it's touching the same places. It's touching Djibouti, Berbera, Mogadishu. I'm not sure what that's one at the top there, if that's Galkayo, but I don't know where that is. But a possible branch to Kismayo, but I don't think that's confirmed, and then to Mombasa. I mean, this cable is, I think, has got options for other branches. With the initial launch, I think will include Djibouti, Mogadishu, and Mombasa for certain. But that's being built by China, and Hengtong is the company who used to be Huawei Marine building it. Then there's another cable called To Africa. This is the largest subsea cable ever built ever. It's an initiative of Facebook. And I've just shown the bit that concerns there, the Igad region, but that is coming into Sudan. It's also into the Middle East as well, but it's catching Djibouti, Somalia, Mombasa, stretching all the way down to South Africa, and then all the way around South Africa back up to Europe. So I say it's well over $1 billion. It's the most expensive and largest cable ever built, and they keep on adding more extensions and more partners onto the cable. But Facebook are the ones leading that initiative. So yeah, big changes are coming in the connectivity and the infrastructure, and where the infrastructure is going to be coming from in the next few years. This will be launching in 2022 and 2023, respectively, these 2 cables. And we can go to the next one. This cable is planned, but it's not yet started. So this is an initiative of Saudi Telecom, Etisalat from UAE. It's being pushed by a number of the operators in the Middle East. It was originally called Africa One and was originally planned to look a bit like To Africa. It's confusing, I know, to have very similar names, but it seems to now be more of a Europe-Asia cable with a branch to Africa. but it's being pushed more from some of the operators in the Middle East. So you yet to see, a lot of these cables have been under construction, under design for some years, and this is one of those. We go to the next one. Okay, so subsea cables I've covered, but I want to talk about internet exchanges. It's one of my favorite things, and we have been at Liquid Intelligent Technologies. We've been a big supporter of internet exchanges in Africa. We give free internet for the operations and maintenance for a number of internet exchanges. It's just part of a bit of work we do towards the internet ecosystem community. But here's some stats. This is from an ISOC report that came out earlier this year. And they talk of stages of internet exchange points. They talk of a stage 1 internet exchange, which has less than 30% of localized traffic. They have a stage 2, which is between 30 and 70% of localized traffic. And stage 3 is 70% or more. And at some point during the stage 2 and 3, internet exchanges become regional internet exchanges, serving not just one country, but serving multitude of countries. And internet exchanges like Djibouti Internet Exchange, Uganda Internet Exchange, and Kenya Internet Exchange Point are already regional exchanges serving clients from multiple countries at those locations. But as they grow and they get closer to stage 3, you get more and more international content coming in. So it's not just local networks, local cloud providers, but it becomes the global giants, and I'll name some of them in a second. But so here's a summary of stages of internet exchanges. South Sudan has one under construction. I know it's launching in 2022. Sudan and Somalia have internet exchanges which are in the stage 1 phase, but are operational. I've got a few members, less than 10, but growing. Djibouti is a good sized regional exchange. It's got a lot of larger international carriers there, but not so many local providers. What makes a very good mix of internet exchanges is having a lot of local providers, the internationals and the cloud, but there's a limited number of local members of Djibouti. Uganda has more members, 28, and that is getting close to stage 3, but still in stage 2. And then Kenya has 3 internet exchanges. I think there's more coming as well. But the largest is the Nairobi Kenya Internet Exchange Point. That's got around 25 gigabits per second of traffic. And that's just on the cusp of being stage 3. We're seeing a lot of global providers being there. We're seeing Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix. I think Google are coming, but you're seeing people come. And then this makes traffic much, much cheaper. It brings down the price of the internet in Kenya considerably. It lowers the what we call latency. And improves the quality of experience for the internet user in the country. So that's how internet exchanges grow. It takes some years to get to stage 3, but I think there's a couple of countries in the Igad region which are yet to have internet exchanges. And I was talking yesterday or on Tuesday to a representative here from Ethiopia. He was saying now that they've licensed the second telecommunications company in Ethiopia. They'll be thinking about building an IXP in Ethiopia, which is great. So I think we only have Eritrea left out as being what haven't got an internet exchange. So we're looking forward to seeing internet exchanges and interconnected internet exchanges across the whole of the Igad region. You can go to the next one. Then we talk of cloud, right? So the map on the left is showing what we call a cloud on-ramp. Now, cloud is largely provided by a very small number of companies in the world, what we call hyperscale cloud operators. And, a lot of cloud on-ramps in North America. There's a heavy concentration in Western Europe, a few in South America, a couple in Australia, and then quite a lot across Asia Pacific and Southeast Asia. But only 2 cities in Africa have got cloud on-ramps, which are Cape Town and Johannesburg. Both Amazon and Microsoft, Amazon Web Services, Microsoft have launched in South Africa, and Microsoft being in Cape Town and Joburg, Amazon Web Services being in Cape Town with 3 data centers. So, but anyway, it's all a good sign that cloud is coming closer to Africa. It's obviously in Southern Africa. For the Igad region, the closest cloud on-ramps are in fact in the Middle East, in places like Dubai, Oman, and Jordan, these countries are actually closer than Cape Town and Johannesburg. The graph on the right is showing traffic flows, traffic flows between countries. Now, what we have here is quite the thickness of the line. It might be a bit hard to see, but the thickness of the lines are showing how much data traffic is flowing between African countries. We see quite big data flows, or the biggest, in fact, between South Africa and Kenya. But we see some of the other big ones between South Africa and Zimbabwe, Kenya and Uganda, Uganda to Rwanda, and also Ghana to Nigeria. So basically, my hypothesis is that we see data flows following trade routes, following trade, where you have movement of people, movement of goods, you have movement of information and sharing of information. There are about, between Kenya and South Africa, I think there are almost 8 or 9 flights a day before the pandemic. So you have a lot of movement of people, a lot of movement of business, essentially a lot of movement of data. Kenya to Uganda, it's one of the largest goods and trade transport corridors in the African continent. So we see a lot of information moving. And so the linkage between trade and data are very strong and clear. And as we see implementation of the African Free Trade Agreement, we will see more digital trade. We'll see more digital assets being traded. People will be buying shares on stock exchanges of other parts of Africa. People will be selling digital assets. We're already seeing this now with the entertainment space, but we'll see more and more of data moving between countries. You can go to the next one. So this, I talked about these big companies. We call them FANGs. Sometimes it's the known Facebook, Amazon, Alibaba, Google, Netflix, etc. But I call them the big 5. They're all here in Africa: Amazon, Google, Akamai, Apple, Microsoft, WeChat from China, Netflix. So the content's here, really is what I'm getting at. They're not in every country, but they're here on the African continent. So as we build networks and we build infrastructure, we should no longer be focusing entirely on building infrastructure facing towards Europe, but facing towards the west of Africa. And the Prime Minister on Tuesday, he was talking about some of the routes between crossing from the Igad region through Bangui to West Africa. He's talking about crossing north and south. This is the future of digital trade. This is where the internet is coming. We have also a lot of internet being created by local companies and local people as well, but a lot of it's coming onto these platforms. So, I mean, Facebook is still local content because it's the content's being created by people in Africa, but it's using a platform which is, although you might think it's an American company, which it is, a lot of the infrastructure and the caching and the data centers are now being hosted in Africa, and the African content that's being created and shared with other people in Africa is being done in African data centers. And go to the next one. This is quite hard to see with the light here, but what I'm showing here on the right-hand side is a picture of travel time to markets within the Igad region. And the left it's not coming out so well, but it's a summary of terrestrial fiber optic networks in the Igad region. So normally we see it, where there's a fiber, there's a trade route, there's a path. And, in many places, most of the big trade paths and trade corridors in Africa have started to get fiber, but there's a number of opportunities for fiber optic routes following some of these trade routes in Igad that have not yet been constructed, notably here, Somalia into Ethiopia, and also, the corridor from Djibouti to Ethiopia as well being underserved. So, but there's quite a lot, if you look in detail and compare those, there's quite a lot of places where fiber is not matching up to where the trade and the access to markets are. So this is an opportunity and a necessity to build the middle mile. We need fiber optic cable to be built on these middle mile routes that are connecting these trade paths, following the roads and railways and other pieces of infrastructure that facilitate trade. You can go to the next one. So then there's also, there's a big trend of what I call infrastructure mega projects. I had a good look at the booklet that was supplied with this conference and the Igad plan, and I saw a lot of the projects were roads. Actually, if you other pieces of linear infrastructure like power lines. But these mega projects that go from point A to point B in a straight line, if you're building a road, there's going to be need for a fiber. You may not have somebody who wants to invest in a fiber right away. You may not have somebody who will buy it right away, but there's going to be a need for a fiber. So in any linear project, I think it's important to talk about consideration for, provision for ICT, fiber optic cable along the way. And that can be a case of laying a duct at the point of construction because it costs nothing extra to build a duct. If you build a duct and then later somebody wants to come and build a fiber optic networks are sometimes built by governments, but more often built by private sector operators. But if you built that duct, the operator doesn't have to dig it up again, and it saves a lot of money. It saves the cost of construction and digging is the largest piece of building a fiber optic infrastructure. So anyone building a road project should be thinking about this, and it almost should be a standard that open access ducts are laid in any kind of project of this nature. Then you can go to the next one. Okay, so you can keep clicking a bit. Actually, this is quite technical, and something I presented at a few. Keep clicking until I say stop. But it's something I presented at some technical conferences, which are for internet geeks. Keep clicking. It should be. That's an animation. Keep going all the way to the bottom, because otherwise it will take too long. But anyway, it's showing how. Stop now. That's it. It's showing. Go back. Sorry. It's showing how internet traffic. This is 3 years ago. Was moving between major cities in Africa, and this is Cape Town to Khartoum in Sudan, showing how data was moving between Cape Town and Khartoum. Now it doesn't seem obvious, but basically the trace is going from Cape Town to London to New York to San Jose to Santa Clara to Hong Kong to Tokyo, and then getting onto that cable. I said there was a cable that comes into Sudan, which is an old cable. It's called FLAG and is an Indian cable. Then getting onto India and then coming to Sudan and then going all the way back again. Now, according to basic science and laws of physics, what we call the latency, which is the time taken for a packet to travel from one place to the other, and back, should take 84 milliseconds according to the distance and the laws of physics, but taking 450 milliseconds, so almost getting on for 5 or 6 times longer than it should be, really not taking the best possible path. You can go to the next slide and just click again through. But this is Liquid Telecom's network. It's what we call the One Africa broadband network. That's one more. Stop there. Yeah. So this is what we call the One Africa broadband network, which is our backbone, which is running straight up east-west through the center of Africa. But it's the same internet packet going from Cape Town to Khartoum, but it's only taking 120 milliseconds. It's getting a lot closer to the theoretical minimum, which is 80. Because it's going from Cape Town, it's going to Johannesburg, it's going to Zimbabwe, to Zambia, up into Dar es Salaam, into Nairobi, to the border of Ethiopia, and straight up through Ethiopia to Khartoum that way. So completely changing the way that the internet is working, and this, enables a lot of things. If you have 450 milliseconds latency, you can't download large files. You can't have a proper working video conference call. You can't watch a Netflix video. You can't play a video game. You can't trade stocks, high frequency stocks, or these type of things. So a whole bunch of things are just not possible with these high latencies. You can keep clicking now. I want to go a bit quickly through these ones, but same thing for Djibouti to Douala. Keep clicking as we go through, but Djibouti, Douala, crossing across Africa. It should be 55 milliseconds, but taking 202 milliseconds, going via Europe in this case. It's not going all the way around the road, but exchanging Europe. And then we have Mombasa to Kinshasa. This is previously. So that should be 38 milliseconds. You can go to the end. And that's taking almost 300 milliseconds. Again, it's not very far from Mombasa to Kinshasa, actually. It's only about 4,000 kilometers on Google Maps. But it really taking a very, very long path to get there. Now, we've now launched, you can go to the next slide, but we've launched our Crossing Africa fiber optic network, which is the first east-west route crossing the continent. But we launched that this year. And that is crossing from Kinshasa to Kananga. There are two routes actually, from Kananga going south to Lubumbashi into Zambia, but there's another route going straight to Goma. And that now is you can keep clicking, but it's then coming into either through Tanzania and Zambia, or going through Goma and Rwanda and Uganda to Kenya, and completely changing the way that the internet traffic is working. Go on, keep clicking. Thanks. So 61 milliseconds. So now down to 62 milliseconds. So from 202. So an absolute step change in the time it takes to send internet packets using the infrastructure that's there. We've been building extra infrastructure, but we've also been using the infrastructure that is there. The Khartoum one, we didn't build in Ethiopia. We used the infrastructure of Ethiopia Telecom and the Ethiopia of Sudatel, the infrastructure of Sudatel to get to Khartoum. But completely changing, using our network and other people's networks, interfacing at borders, and changing the way that we do our digital networks. So I hope that makes sense. It is quite technical, I guess, but I think it's quite good to bring it in. This is our vision of an interconnected Africa. So we've launched Cape to Cairo. We're looking at multiple routes crossing east and west, and I say Tuesday, the former Prime Minister mentioned going into Bangui and crossing from West Africa to Sudan that way. It was something we're working on with partners there. We're continuing to build and invest, and we're also working to form partnerships with existing, well-established and working fixed line networks who have infra. A West African hub is emerging in Lagos. So Lagos is one of the largest, or in fact, the largest economy in Africa. So it's no surprise to become a connectivity hub. But this, these major trading centers and the major economic centers of Africa, Cairo, Lagos, Morocco, Casablanca, and in Morocco, Mombasa, Nairobi, and Cape Town and Durban. These are some of the biggest cities, and so where some of the most banking and trading is done, and we're having connections between them, and it's enabling African business to really shift the way they do things. It's allowing them to shift to the cloud, and they can access a cloud data center. It doesn't have to be in their own country. It can be in a data center somewhere in Africa or the Middle East. I mentioned it can be or even in Europe, but you can use these things. The networks are there. Financial hubs are connected, and Africa Free Trade Agreement is coming, or it's in force, in fact, and it's coming along. It's going to change, the importance of ICT infrastructure in delivering the Africa Free Trade Agreement. I cannot stress enough. Next slide, thanks. So yeah, just when we come to broadband, which is back to the last mile problem of connecting people. Broadband is a commercial thing. It's being done by commercial operators. And it's, I think, governments need to really focus on appropriate policy, enabling policy, because this is really going to get done by telecommunications companies. A lot of investment is going to be needed. We're seeing that mobile networks, GSM networks, 4G and 5G are giving people the first internet experience, but we're seeing then that fiber to the home or fixed wireless access to the home is giving high-speed broadband. And there becomes a lot of economic factors around capital costs, economic costs, as well as the population density and per capita income, which drives the revenue opportunity. So it's quite a, this is from the last mile connectivity toolkit that I mentioned, the ITU document. If you're interested in this, I recommend reading that in full. It goes into a lot more detail in the economics of last mile. You can go to the next one. But yeah, just touching on that point about the economic viability and the graph, the pictures here. Again, it's hard to see the colors in this slide, but what this is from the Kenya census data. It's mapping out the data that was collected in the Kenya 2019 census, which is asking people if they're internet users. So we have two types of data about internet users. We have data that's collected from mobile phone subscriptions. It says there were 50 million internet users in Kenya, which is connected from the supply side. But this census is obviously collecting demand side data by asking people, do you use the internet? And the reality is there's a difference between the two. We see high concentration of internet users in some counties, but Nairobi and some of the counties close to Nairobi being very high concentration of users in Mombasa as well. The same with laptop users, laptop and tablet users. It's the main cities that have got the most laptop and tablet users. But as soon as you start getting into the more rural counties, even some of the marginalized and ASAL areas as well, we see it really dropping off. We see well below 10% of internet users, and we see well, the same with laptop users, as well as the rural urban digital divide. We see a gender digital divide in this data as well. They asked the same by gender, so we see the gender divide in men versus women using the internet as being wider in rural areas than it is in the cities. So you get multiple levels of digital divide. But I think this is a similar trend for any country in the Igad region. Yeah, I can go to the next one, it's fine. So, here's something that's being done from a long-term development project side to address an area of digital divide. UNICEF and the United Nations Broadband Commission, in a partnership under the name of GIGA initiative, are working on an initiative to connect all the schools in the internet, all the schools in the whole world to internet, to high-speed internet. And they have going for a process of mapping out schools. It's very hard to quantify how much it will cost to connect all the schools in a country if you don't know where they are. So mapping their locations, mapping the locations and populations and the numbers of enrolled pupils and numbers of working teachers at the schools. We at Liquid Intelligent Technologies, we're working with UNICEF on some of this data at a global level, and we've collected locations of about 150,000 schools in Africa. And we've collected this from research projects that have been done. We've collected it from open data projects, or we've gone knocking on government doors. We've gone to the ministry and said, "Hi, Mr. Minister of Education, tell me where the schools are." And we're collecting as much information, we're validating, merging it together, and working with UNICEF to improve the quality of that data as well. And we're working to connect schools to the internet. So we've connected across the African continent, we've connected about 4,000 schools. Most of these have been in 3 large projects in South Africa and two in South Africa and 1 in Kenya. But we are embarking on similar projects in Zimbabwe already. We've been awarded a tender in Zimbabwe from a universal service fund. So in most countries, operators pay a percentage of their revenue into a universal service fund, which is supposed to provide universal service. A lot of these funds have not been very quick in dispersing the funds, but they're starting to come out now. The funds are starting to spend their money and use that to build infrastructure operated by private sector telcos to connect schools. And we would really want to see all 150,000 schools across the territories that we're looking at. We'd like to see them all connected. But it's an example of a development project that can be done that isn't necessarily about infrastructure. And because I was saying a lot of the Igad projects I saw were all focused around building a road, building this, but just finding out where your schools are, locating and plotting this data can be done at a very fractional cost, but it's very necessary in a long-term piece of development that is being done. And I think there's plenty of organizations that could go and do that kind of surveys, going to the ground and finding out where the locations are. A bit on technology choice, of the schools we've connected to internet, because a lot of that 4,000 is in South Africa. Many of them have been in fiber. But you need a combination of technologies to connect all schools. You need to have direct fiber to a school, straight to the door, fiber to the building. You're going to have some kind of wireless access networks where you have a fiber to a tower and then a wireless link, a point-to-point link dedicated without sharing, goes to a school location. And then the remaining, between 40 and 15%, depending on the geography of a country, are going to need a satellite still. A lot of people are not going to have a fiber near them in their lifetimes. Who children are at school now, they'll never be near a fiber. So they're still going to need a satellite connection to make sure that nobody is left behind. You can jump to the next one. And then, look, a last piece of, there are other areas of infrastructure. I've talked a lot about the basics of building networks. But I see, things like mobile money platforms to facilitate payments. and cross-border payments. I see these as being part of infrastructure for trade, part of infrastructure for Pan-African trade. There are other things as well. Even you know, in Kenya, you might have seen, those people who are visitors here today, they might have seen a lot of these motorcycles going around. But these are people doing deliveries and things like this. And this is the infrastructure needed for e-commerce. You know, fast delivery drivers controlled by digital platforms as to where they're going to deliver quickly to, you know, so we can trade digitally online. But the most important is innovation hubs. So this is data on the left, looking at the number of innovation hubs across the continent. There are 618 tech hubs in Africa. And in many countries, I think most countries have got at least one. But this is where, you know, young men and women who've you know, finished their studies and they're starting out and making tech innovations. This is where they go and work. This is where they're creating the applications and digital services of the future. And really, you know, I think it's that innovation which is going to be using the infrastructure that us old folk are building for them, and that is the platform and the legacy that we should be leaving as we think of infrastructure. We can go to the, I think it's the last slide. Yeah, so the last slide. So don't forget satellite. I mentioned that, you know, if you're looking at connecting if you have an ambition to connect every school or every government building or every hospital in a particular country, it doesn't matter what country it is, you're going to need some satellite connections. And we're seeing a huge amount of innovation in satellite coming. We used to talk of satellites being geostationary, being very expensive, being very heavy, costing billions of dollars and lasting for 15 years. But we're now talking of low Earth orbit satellites, LEOs. There are many companies doing this, but, you know, some of them are making more noise than others. But companies like OneWeb and Starlink, but Starlink perhaps becoming one of the most famous. But we were seeing, you know, hundreds or thousands of satellites going to be in the air. And this is going to be a big part in providing universal broadband in the Igad region. You know, I'm not sure whether we'll see these services launch maybe towards the end of next year. Some of them might launch in Africa. But as they launch in Africa, there's going to be a need for more satellite infrastructure to be built. We used to have large 16-meter or 32-meter antennas that were our international gateways. But the equipment needed for the low Earth orbits is different. So we'll see a number of new teleports being built, which will be uplinks and downlinks to connect locally to these low Earth orbit satellites as they fly over. We'll see a lot of investment in infrastructure. It'll be made by these LEO companies because they will need to open up these markets. They will put these close to the data centers, the hubs of connectivity are there, so they can access the bandwidth, they can access the fiber. They'll use that to uplink internet onto the satellites locally. And the picture on the right, and I just want to sort of, anything's possible. But, you know, that is the San Marco platform off Malindi, which is part of an Italian space agency space center. The space center is still there, tracking satellites and looking after satellites in orbit. The platform is no longer used, but they used to launch rockets. They used to launch satellites from Malindi. There's a reason that they launched them from Malindi. It's very close to the equator. And, you know, with these thousands of satellites going into orbit at the moment, there is, it might seem hard to believe, but there is a considerably decent case for building satellite launch pads anywhere that is close to the equator. So southern Somalia, northern Kenya, you know, South Sudan, anywhere here is a great place and location for launching satellites, as well as for tracking and communicating with them. So anything's possible. Infrastructure changes. We might be talking of fiber optic cables right now, but, you know, just leave that in your mind that we in the industry are now talking about the next generation of satellite teleports, completely different from the last lot. So I think that's my last slide. I'll end on that. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ben Roberts, for that presentation. And I think another round of applause won't hurt. Please help me. Thank you. So we are going to have a moderated discussion, very briefly guided by Zakaria Kingori, and then we pick it up from there. So Zakaria, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Blazer. I'd like to thank Ben for that very informative presentation, which was also somehow with a lot of complication for us to understand. For most of us, just accessing internet, using the digital technology to do financial transactions through the phone, you see. But this in-depth information that has been presented today is quite, informative. And I was waiting to hear about the 5G, there's different kinds of internet capabilities. And I think maybe that is information you can get in the when we interact with the presenter. Now, without wasting more time, I would like to invite the delegates to contribute or make any queries with regard to the information that has just been presented to us. And also, I would like to personally appreciate that there's some information that has come to our knowledge that we didn't know, that Juba is connected with fiber optic. So the floor is open. We start with, we have Ethiopia, we have Uganda, then Kenya. And then after those first three interventions, we get the response from the presenter. Okay, Ethiopia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you also, Mr. Ben, for the nice presentation. My points are mainly on utilization of the infrastructure which is going to be in place, particularly when we are having the fiber optics infrastructure. The ultimate goal is to bring digital transformation in the region, in the nation at large. So in this regard, we have to work on the elements of digital economy. And one of these elements is having an integrated cloud infrastructure. So where we are in terms of Igad and what we are supposed to do in order to realize an integrated cloud infrastructure, because in Ethiopia, for example, we are trying to have tier 4 ready, tier 3 cloud data center solution, which is going to provide nationally the cloud services. So, but for regional integration and for regional economic collaboration, we also need regional cloud infrastructures and regional cloud solutions. So I really want to hear from Liquid and Mr. Ben on how we are supposed to work in this regard and what initiatives are there, maybe in the company itself, in order to support such cloud infrastructure, integrated regional cloud infrastructure. This is one point. The second thing is when you go to digital economy, the critical problem or the critical challenge that we are going to face is the cyber security issue and the threat from cyber world. So we need also to have cyber infrastructure, particularly security infrastructures and solutions such that nationally and regionally, we are supposed to be safe when we are moving towards the digital economy. And in this regard, I think I didn't hear any issue with regard to security infrastructures, regional integrated security infrastructures, and what we have in mind, what we have in plan in order to put this in place. The third element is a soft element, of course, but very crucial, because if you have the infrastructure, if you have the solution, but if we don't have skilled personnel and literate personnel in order to utilize these solutions and infrastructures, again, it is going to be a loss. So we have to work regionally in an integrated fashion to realize an integrated digital literacy solutions and also programs. So we are supposed to work in this regard too. So what are your reflections on these three pointers? Thank you.
Uganda, then Kenya.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Ben, for the presentation. In many countries in the region, we are doing well when it comes to the backbone connectivity. Actually, in many cases, we have a duplication in backbone connectivity. Right now, the biggest challenge is in the last mile, especially fixed last mile. As an example, in Uganda, we have about 0.8 million wireless broadband connections versus about 30,000 fixed broadband connections. Now, the available technologies for last mile are quite expensive, especially in the rural areas. So I wanted to get the thoughts of Ben of the future of broadband over power line technology as a last mile solution, because we have more electricity connections than fixed broadband. So can we use these electricity connections for last mile? The second is, Ben, what do you think about local content as a strategy for reducing the cost of internet in the region? Thank you.
Kenya.
Thank you very much. Mine is an observation, and we also have an officer from the Ministry of ICT who also has a comment. Thank you. I would like to thank the presenter for the good presentation. Indeed, for some of us who are not ICT savvy, this is an eye-opener. And we see that we are making progress towards connecting Africa. For the Ministry of Transport in Kenya, we would like to inform the delegates that all major projects have a component on ICT. Since 2015, when we started implementing the South Sudan Link project, which we call the Eastern Africa Regional Transport Trade and Development Facilitation Project. We have a component on fiber optic cable. We are connecting a fiber optic cable from Eldoret all the way to the border with South Sudan. This is a distance of about 615 kilometers. This is a major component, noting that we're not even doing the entire we are not financing the entire road, 615 kilometers of credit from the World Bank. But we have noted that it is important to have that fiber so that we can connect with our neighbors. At the moment, we have already been able to rehabilitate the cable all the way up to Nadapal from Eldoret, and recently, actually last year, that cable was commissioned by the governor for Turkana, and we were able to do a fiber a video call from Nadapal, something that has not happened in the past. Now, for the other roads, we have the Isiro-Madera corridor, 740 kilometers. We have a component on fiber optic cable. It will be implemented so that we are able to connect with Ethiopia and Somalia. We also have part of the Great North Road from Cape Town to Cairo. The section from a place called Kenol up to Marwa, about 85 kilometers, which is currently ongoing. And fiber optic cable is one of the components. So this is to show that indeed for all our major roads projects, Kenya is considering fiber optic cable as one of the major components. Thank you very much. I'll now hand over to my colleague from ICT Ministry.
Thank you, our presenter. Thank you for the presentation. The presentation was very well. I'm here to talk about the last mile connectivity to schools. The question is about the maintenance of these network cables, because phase one was done, but after phase one was finished, the problem that we had, the challenge was about maintenance of those cables and the internet. This hindered the commencement of phase two of the same project, because after phase one, some network cables, some spoiled because we lacked maintenance of this cable. So my question was about maintenance. Do you have such a, what do you do? What can you do about the maintenance of these cables after we have inputted them to the schools? Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. So I would like Mr. Ben Roberts to respond to these issues before you go to the second phase of questions. And I note that Ethiopia was talking about integrated cloud infrastructure, about cybersecurity, and about capacity building, skills development to run this technology. Then Uganda talked about the broadbands and the last mile connections, and bringing the cost of internet down. Kenya then informed us about what they are doing when they are constructing other infrastructure like roads, to also give also the fiber optic to be provided along the roads. And also the issue of maintenance of infrastructure was mentioned. So over to you, Ben Roberts, to respond and to respond to the issues that were raised by Ethiopia, Uganda, and Kenya.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hans Hartley. I'm a colleague of Ben Roberts, working with Liquid Telecom since its inception, and have been in the region building fiber networks for close to the last 30 years. Thank you very much for the questions, and if you allow me to start with the three main questions. First, from the Ethiopia delegation, cloud, regional cloud aspects. Now, obviously, this is one of the main aspects what we had been looking for, and I think partly it was also coming up in the presentation. Currently, at the data center at our Africa data center in Nairobi, basically all major cloud companies and cloud players, let me say that way, including Netflix and others, are present with regional hubs, respectively, with cache centers or otherwise. So that is already part of it, and is part of also the connectivity. So it is something which is not only Liquid Telecom are doing, but with the advancement of the regional infrastructure and the connectivity, this is something what is now, of course, attracting the players. So Microsoft, as an example, Microsoft, as an example, is in Nairobi with the Azure cloud database. Amazon has hubs in Nairobi. Netflix has a local presence. So all of this is already part of the current concept. Also, I would like to mention one thing what came up in the presentation. Ben mentioned it. Of course, there are always two aspects you're looking at when you have a cloud communication. Aspect number one is, what is the latency? What is my travel time of my data between the end user and the cloud? And you see, cloud is something what is not necessarily always directly within your immediate physical reach. It is so the world over. For example, the aspects in where high cloud concentrations are in the United States or also in Europe, it is not that you have to have a cloud, let's say, server directly next to you, but you have to have a very good and functional connectivity, and that is one of the major aspects. Now, when you have constrained aspects in terms of capacities, number one, when you have constrained aspects in terms of the routing, then of course a cloud experience or cloud usage is then not going very well. So two elements are there. Number one, with the advancement of the infrastructure, what we have provided, it has attracted at the moment most of the global cloud players into the region, into Nairobi for that matter. And to give you an example, in addition to what the presentation was showing, we have from Juba, for example, to the cloud center, if you so want, in Nairobi, a latency of 33 milliseconds, or let's say 40 milliseconds. Likewise, from Kampala is about 8 or 9 milliseconds. From Kigali is 12 or 15 milliseconds. So an experience, let's say, a Netflix user or a cloud user, a Microsoft Azure user in Juba will have the same experience of a proper functioning cloud service than it would be if the cloud server would actually physically sit in Juba. So let me term it, the globalization here is a new element of the regionalization, and that is a very important element to that. The second question was security. And yes, that is a very, very important aspect. Security, data security is a very important aspect in regards to protecting the users, protecting services. And in that regard, from a Liquid Telecom point of view, we do First of all, we have a lot of security products which we are offering to clients. We have a lot of, we undertake a lot of data security presentations and others. So we are helping also our clients and we provide for our clients security elements, always depending on what type of security and in what regard, in what depth of security it is needed. But maybe I would also like to mention something in that regard when it comes to security. We are always also very keenly interacting with the regional governments, with the regulators as such, to help to establish data security laws, because that is a very, very important aspect, because we know that there will always be, for whatever reason, and you see that even in high secure data environments, there will be a breach. And when there is a breach, we need to see that there are legal means and the regulatory framework and the legal framework is in place in order to follow that up and then also bring respective culprits to court and produce respective records on that. Skills is definitely one of the major aspects, and I think it was slide number 5 or slide number 6 where we were saying the learners were left behind. So we have a very keen focus on not only providing connectivity to schools and enabling and actively supporting, therefore, also the ICT knowledge and providing that not only with practical demonstrations, but also helping and facilitating learning centers, ICT hubs, and others, whereby then we have a possibility to work together with regions, with counties, with cities, and with schools, of course, and universities. So I think it is a multifaceted approach in order to provide that. And this, of course, goes above and beyond what we possibly do in our own organization, whereby we have a very elaborate training program for our engineers and making sure that active learning facilities are in place to update always to the latest technology. We also have Liquid Telecom Academy. This is internal and external. It's an internal and external facilitation. It is also helping and supporting the skill set building. But it's a very, very important aspect because we would very much promoting the aspect that this technology, as it comes in, will be for the people and with our people, together with the generation now building up that knowledge in order to operate that. The question from the gentleman of Uganda was last mile. Yes, I think last mile, and let me say that with a little bit of a background, when I was building up the Uganda network back in 96, 97, when we started Infocom and other operations there, last mile was always something which is a very important aspect, because as you rightfully say, the backbone is nothing without bringing the connectivity to the user, to the consumer ultimately. Now, the building up of the metropolitan network infrastructure in order to bring, let's say, fiber to the home, fiber broadband, has particularly in the last 2 or 3 years made a lot of advancement. And as part of the telecom, we are also very actively taking part of that. We have been rolling out in the last couple of months more than 700 fiber to the home connectivities within Kampala and also other cities, and that is a development which continues, and is also something what we are synchronizing together with the regulator and of course with other connectivities which are going synchronous with fiber broadband, for example. Upcountry is equally important. We have satellite connectivities. There are microwave connectivities connectivities, wireless connectivities are also still there. But of course, ultimately, fiber to the home, fiber broadband is something which is definitely the future to come. And particularly during the pandemic, especially in 2020, but also earlier 2021, we have seen a huge uptake, and we have been able to connect many more homes on broadband fiber. So it's a process which will continue and which we will be pushing, but also, of course, with the local with the regulator and with the local authorities. And one aspect came also in the presentation. It is always good if we are, or if the private sector, the telecom sector for that matter, is part of the planning infrastructure of ICT and telecom when new roads are being planned. So it's a very beneficial situation, and we have seen it. And it is not only a cost-saving aspect, but it's also a time-saving aspect. It's an enormous time-saving aspect. And to see cost aspect is always something, if costs are lower to build an infrastructure, that goes immediately to the consumer with better prices, with better facilities, and with better services. On the Kenya delegation, I think there were two major aspects. Number one is certainly the very encouraging new build of network, fiber optic and network infrastructure now going towards the South Sudan border. And yes, and from a liquid telecom point of view, we've always been very engaged discussing that with the authorities, with the respective network or facility companies. So it is something which we as a private sector would always very happy to be part of it, also in the beginning from a planning point of view. And yes, I mean from a connectivity point of view, and that was the because it referred to South Sudan, it was the easiest way from a connectivity point of view in 2019 to build the fiber cable from Elegu, Nimule across to Juba, which we have done. Actually, it was completed in early 2020, and since then. We have a lot of connectivities also in South Sudan. So, but correct, I mean, South Sudan needs more than just one connectivity. It's an important, very important aspect for resilience and for additional capacity. So as and when the planning of the additional cable comes and goes across the border on the Turid Road and then all the way to Juba, we have done plannings on that as well quite some time back. And the same is actually valid for Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is a large opportunity to have more than just the current connection. And that is something what we're also very keen to build that together with the respective authorities and helping and being part of the planning from the very beginning. And I think the last question was maintenance. Yes, as a network operator and been running fiber networks for the last 30 years for liquid telecom and before, maintenance is one of the major aspects. And why do we have 2 and 3 and sometimes 4 routes? Is because there are fiber interruptions, there are infrastructure interruptions. Now, infrastructure interruptions are always happening in 2 ways. There's an accidental damage because of road constructions, and of course we have along the major roads where the fiber networks are going a lot of activities, building side roads, building small ways off the main roads, and that of course is disturbing the cable. Now, if And I think it's something which we have been discussing also with the regulators across the region. It is something which I've always been trying to see that we have also assistance from a regulatory point of view, because in many situations you can see that constructors are very eager to build up a road very fast. They are not always necessarily respecting the given bay leaves, and possibly also digging deeper than they should be. Normally our fiber cables are always between 1.5 and 1.2 meters deep, but for some reason they're still being cut. So that is one of the aspects, is that road markings, as much as they are there, but we have seen in many ways that contractors are looking, unfortunately, first at their own a goal and trying to see that they can achieve possibly a new road build as soon as they can, or as fast as they can for that matter. So my kind request would also be to the regulatory side to make sure that we have a legal framework in place, that we have support, because everybody is always concerned when a water pipe is being cut, and this, of course, water is very necessary and is a lifeline for the people living in their respective areas. But telecommunication infrastructure has become a lifeline, has become a modern facility without which we would not be able to do what we are doing in our modern society. So I'm always very thankful for invites from the regulatory side and also from other authorities in order to help us to bring regulatory frameworks in place where we can then base any situation on in terms of fiber cuts, and this is a very important aspect.
Thank you, Liquid Telecom, for that information and clarification on the issues raised by the member states. And I'll ask, do we have any more questions, interventions from the delegates before we close the session and hand over to the meeting closure? Any more intervention? I think seems there is no more issues from the delegates. So I hand over to Mr. Brazil to take us to the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zachariah, for that, for moderating that particular session, the discussion. Thanks to Hans for stepping in when Ben Roberts had to step out to undertake another activity within the hotel. So thank you very much, Hans, for responding to the questions that came from the floor. So that brings us to the end of the plenary presentation and the discussion therein. And as we had indicated, we would now like to bring the closing ceremony earlier so that when we have lunch, then we can disperse. So allow me to call upon the Director of Economic Cooperation and Regional Integration at the Igad Secretariat, Dr. Osman Babikir, to join the podium. Dr. Osman, please come. Joining Dr. Osman are heads of delegations We will go alphabetical as we always do. So Djibouti, if we have the PS, Abdul Razak Ahmed Idris, the PS from the Ministry of Finance and the Economy from Djibouti. We also have the State Minister, Honorable Abra Adunya. He comes from the Ministry of Water and Energy, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. And then Kenya, our hosts, we have Mr. Daniel Tanui, who is a director in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Please take your seats. Abdurazak, sit next to your flag. And also Honorable Abra Adunya from Water and Energy. Please sit next to your flag. Kenya, Mr. Daniel Tanuri, if you can take, yes. And then from Somalia, we have Mr. Liban Mohammed from the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation. Please come to the podium. South Sudan, we have our senior minister, Honorable Agak Achuel, the minister responsible for finance and planning, the Republic of South Sudan. And then from the Sudan, we have Ambassador Magdi Ahmed Mofadel, representing the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Republic of Sudan. Last but not the least, we have Uganda, represented by Mr. Gerald Akino from the Ministry of Works and Transport. So Gerald Akino, if you can please approach the podium. Our financials, do we have African Development Bank? Africa Development Bank, Samata, if you can also join us on the podium, please. Uganda, right here next to me. Yeah. And then you can sit, yeah. There, I think it's for the South Sudan. You sit next to the, yeah. You can come here, Ivan. Yeah. Thank you. So South Sudan minister, oh, he's right here. He's just consulting his team, so he will join Uganda. So I think, do we have Director Osman? Director Osman? Here he is coming. Please, just right there. Yeah. If Austin, could you please correct the flag for Sudan? Yeah, behind Dr. Osman, if it can be properly be upstanding. I wasn't good in mathematics in school, and it looks like it has followed me in to my 6th floor. Yeah, we are organizing. Yeah. So if we can just push so that we get the minister from South Sudan to join. Your Excellency, Honorable Agok Agak. You know, it's a Luo name, and being a Bantu, Nilotic names tend to give me a challenge, but we are neighbors. Luyas and Luos are neighbors. that we are all good. All right. I think we have a full house, and this is really good, an indication of commitment that the member states, together with our development partners, we are keen to take this master plan forward. Everybody wants to sit under their flag. South Sudan and Sudan. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So without further ado, let me call upon, first of all, our brother, PS Abdulrazak. You will speak from there so that we don't, we limit movement. So Abdulrazak, if you could, as we had indicated, if we could just, in a nutshell, indicate to us what are your general observation for the last 2.5 days, moving forward in the context of the regional infrastructure master plan. How do you see us moving from here, based on the discussion that took place? Thank you. You have the floor. Yes. He will speak in French. So put the headphones for those who cannot follow that language. As soon as you switch on, it goes straight to English interpretation.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le modérateur, de me donner la parole. Je voudrais avant toute chose féliciter le secrétariat exécutif de l'Igad pour l'excellente organisation durant ces 3 jours et l'excellent accueil que nous avons reçu, moi-même et ma délégation, durant ces 3 jours. Ça inaugure vraiment de bonnes choses. Pour ce qui est de l'appréciation durant ces 3 jours de discussion, je pense que ce sont des discussions qui ont été fructueuses, qui ont été franches, qui ont été ambitieuses, et ce sont des discussions qui aujourd'hui prouvent à quel point notre région est impliquée dans l'intégration, est impliquée dans le désir d'unir son destin, de sortir nos populations de la pauvreté pour vivre une prospérité dans une région qui regorge vraiment de richesses, autant en biens, en terres qu'en hommes. C'est vraiment une opportunité qui est intéressante. Je félicite l'Igad d'avoir une vision vraiment à long terme. À Djibouti, nous avons notre vision 2035 qui oriente tous nos plans toute notre planification en termes de développement. C'est une vision qui est divisée en 5 plans. Nous avons fini un premier plan qu'on a appelé SCAP. Nous venons d'entamer un nouveau plan que nous avons baptisé ici comme inclusion, connectivité, institution. Et nous retrouvons tous ces piliers thématiques dans le programme de développement des infrastructures aujourd'hui que l'Igad nous a présenté pour notre avenir. Je crois qu'il faudrait maintenant qu'on s'attelle à aller plus loin que 2035 et qu'on se projette déjà sur 2050. Mais je pense que vraiment toutes les propositions de projets, tous les piliers qui sont aujourd'hui dedans sont partie intégrante de la politique de développement de Djibouti. La République de Djibouti donne une importance capitale au processus d'intégration régionale. C'est vraiment essentiel pour nous. Étant les pays avec une position stratégique vraiment très importante, mais aussi un pays de petite taille, nous avons besoin d'ouvrir notre marché ou de nous externaliser pour pouvoir bénéficier de toutes les opportunités qu'offre la région. Pour ce faire, le pilier numéro 3 dont je parlais, qui est la connectivité, est un élément qui répond au processus d'intégration qui aujourd'hui est entamé. L'Igad a longtemps travaillé dans la sécheresse et la lutte contre les fléaux. Aujourd'hui, j'accueille vraiment cette nouvelle politique qui est d'intégrer économiquement et commercialement toute la région à travers un processus de facilitation, à travers un processus d'harmonisation de procédures commerciales et des échanges, à travers un processus de promotion de l'industrialisation, à travers la construction d'infrastructures qui sont aujourd'hui de dimension régionale. On ne peut plus aujourd'hui faire des infrastructures que pour son propre pays. On doit aujourd'hui faire des infrastructures et investir pour servir toute la région. Parce que c'est l'avenir, parce que c'est la seule chose que nous devons faire pour pouvoir sortir notre région et même tout notre continent de la pauvreté. Donc, nous accueillons vraiment ces programmes avec une grande joie. Nous pensons que c'est vraiment quelque chose qui va beaucoup appuyer nos pays, qui va nous permettre de nous rapprocher. Nous sommes aujourd'hui dans une situation un peu difficile dans la Corne de l'Afrique et dans l'Afrique de l'Est. Et je pense que c'est cette aura ou ce désir d'un avenir commun, d'avoir des infrastructures pour réaliser cet avenir commun est quelque chose que, au niveau de Djibouti, nous accueillons ça très favorablement et que nous encourageons à aller l'Igad dans ce sens-là. L'Igad maintenant doit être l'institution qui doit nouer, qui doit rapprocher tous ces pays partenaires, tous ces pays qui peut-être chacun de son côté pense se développer, mais l'union fait la force. Et plus que jamais aujourd'hui, nous avons besoin d'union. Et pour capitaliser sur cette union, nous avons besoin justement d'infrastructures de qualité qui soient pérennes et qui soient utilisées de façon efficace. Et j'accueille vraiment favorablement la politique aujourd'hui de l'Igad qui est vraiment de s'investir et de se placer en tant que leader ou en tant que catalyseur de ce processus d'intégration régionale via le développement des infrastructures capitaux pour nos développements, des infrastructures régionaux, aussi bien dans le secteur du transport que dans le secteur de l'énergie et que dans le secteur du digital dont on parlait il y a pas longtemps. Mais nous devons aussi développer une politique commune, une vision commune du développement. C'est pas normal qu'on ait des façons de penser différentes en fonction des pays. Nous devons avoir une même vision politique qui nous permette de pouvoir réaliser ces activités et nous devons plus investir aussi sur notre regional community qui est l'Igad pour être les porteurs ou les porte-flambeaux de cette nouvelle politique et de cette nouvelle vision que nous voulons avoir. Nous sommes en période de crise, mais il paraît que les Chinois dessinent avec leur idéogramme le terme crise par récession et opportunité en même temps. Donc, on est certes dans une période difficile, mais c'est aussi une période qui peut être opportune pour tous les pays de la Corne de l'Afrique et de l'Afrique de l'Est en général et l'Igad en l'occurrence, pour pouvoir vraiment capitaliser et construire l'avenir que nous voulons avoir en 2050. Nous ne parlons pas d'aujourd'hui, de 2021, nous parlons de 2050. Et 2050, nous avons la possibilité de pouvoir avoir l'avenir que nous voulons avoir. Et je pense qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons un document où nous avons un leadership, nous avons des façons de penser des personnes qui travaillent aujourd'hui au sein de l'IGAD pour pouvoir nous porter vers cet idéal ou vers cet avenir. À nous, pays membres de cette organisation, de pouvoir maintenant l'adosser, de pouvoir le porter, de pouvoir appuyer l'IGAD pour que ces rêves puissent se réaliser dans les décennies à venir. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Same questions are posed to our state minister from Ethiopia. So basically just to, again, give you a general observation for the last 2.5 days and moving forward in the context of the regional master plan. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, moderators, honorable ministers, excellencies, head of delegates, and development partners, private sector and financial institutions, and gentlemen and ladies. I think it is a great pleasure and honor to be here representing my country, Ethiopia. And I really appreciate the Igad for this, giving us this occasion to discuss with member states and development partners. I also thank the government of Kenya, especially for the Foreign Affairs, for hosting us and facilitating this forum. Thank you for all. Saying this, I really want to appreciate the meeting that is provided to us from Igad, that is interconnecting all member states for regional integrations and trade competitiveness. This is a great opportunity to us for foreign investment areas, and as well as for integration and harmonization of all African countries. So I really appreciate the meeting. Of course, it's also backed by the Development Partners Forum that will give us a great opportunity to discuss our issues, our African issues, our IGAD members' issues within the development partners and our stakeholders, financial institutions. I think I observed for the last 3 days, it was a very fruitful discussions. The moderators, the presenters, and even the program leaders, they give us very perfect and very fruitful discussions. And all our concerns have been on table, and we have discussed on the plenary sessions as well as on the breakout sessions. I also observed that the meeting gives more time for business to business area. It's a very sufficient times. This give us to discuss with our development partners, our financial institutions, and even the private sectors, how they be a part of for our development areas. So this is a good time to give for business to business areas. The other thing, it was very good, a good opportunity to us to discuss with our member states, especially on transboundary areas, transboundary resources, transport, and other issues. I have a bit comment on the meeting, because as we have discussed on the area, we are discussing with transport, ICT, transboundary issues, but still all the issues are not managed equally. I observed that, I was expecting for transport, transport, energy, and transboundary issues, ICT needs to be integrated for all sectors. So a bit time is given for ICT. Of course, today, thank you to the liquid intelligent technology. They will give us a very brief presentations how we use ICT for our developments. But my observation for the last 2 days, it needs to be in transport, it needs to be integrated with transboundary issues. It needs to be integrated with energy sectors. So I have observed it's not managed equally with other sectors. And the other observation is, in the Igad Secretariat, yesterday I have seen the presentation from PDAPAP. Of course, it is a program of continental program for Africa, but still I didn't see very critical roles of Igad in the PDAPAP 2 projects. So this is my observation from the last 3 days. Saying this, I have now some recommendations and the way forward for the next phases. I think it will be good to consider the upcoming digital economy. We are now working on the digital economy. For this, we have to work on, give focus on the development of sustainable ICT infrastructures that should be needed, that would needed to be incorporated for the next member state discussion on development. Second, even if the future ICT infrastructure is gearing towards, a cloud infrastructure, it's already presented today. We need to have to work on establishment of regional cloud infrastructures that can be shared easily and managed by the member states to be cost effective and efficiently utilize these resources. Just third, on ITC, I observed that, we have to work on integrated cyber security because one of the priority area for Igad is peace and security, in addition to security and environmental protection and integration. So we need to work on this cyber security infrastructure to mitigate, the potential of cyber threat together with all member states. So this will be needed to be incorporated in future for our discussions. The other on the energy sectors, it's good to be treated very well, but still I have an observation on the energy sectors. My country, Ethiopia, have huge energy potential, and we have tried to connect our brothers and sisters with Kenya, Djibouti, Somalia, and in the near future to Tanzania out of the Igad regions. But still, this energy sector needs a reform. It needs a reform, power sector reform, as well as this sector needs financial means. Of course, we are exporting energy to our brothers and sisters, but the government, suffers in exporting those energy. My observation on the energy sector is, it will be good, to have a private sectors to involve in the energy sectors. To involve the private sectors, we need to work on the cost of the electricity, and even a system that the private sectors easily support the member states. That is, we have also the PPP package. Yesterday, we have already discussed the PPP approach, but still for the PPP approach, we need to have a framework and mobilizing for private investors to mobilize and create competitive market. It's good to have, working on power pricing across all the regions. So this also be my observation, how to invest, how to, the private sectors will be invest on the energy area. The other, I have also observed on the transport area. We have discussed the issue, but still we need standardization on the transport sections. Yesterday or the day before yesterday, the African Development Bank, raised issues related with the driving style of Ethiopia and Kenya. But I think it will be good, those experts and specialists in the area to sit together and to standardize the road area. So this will be one of the observations from the presentations. The other, if you allow me, the moderators, I have also issues on the transboundary part. The transboundary issue, it's raised by Kenya and Somalia. We have the Dawa River Basin, multi-purpose river basin project. My country, Ethiopia, want to work with our brothers and sisters with Somalia and Ethiopia. But still, we have a lot of concerns on the Dawa area. As you know, you might heard the Dawa, upstream of Dawa, the Borana peoples, they are suffering from droughts. They know before a week, more than 70,000 animals are dead due to drought. So we want to use these resources for our regions. But the problem on the concern on the Dawa side is, even if it is a pre-feasibility stage, the Kenyans designed the dam with 4.5 billion meter cube of water, which means a 5-year average flow of the Dawa River. The average Dawa River flow is 1.38. So the dams that will be constructed by or initiated by the Kenyan brothers is, 4.5, which is more than the 4 times yield of the area. So this needs, the attention of the Igad regions and other member states. As an Ethiopia, we don't have any issues. We want to use these resources among us in equitable way, but we don't want to create any significant harm to the downstream countries. And at the same time, we don't want to also create significant harm in our sides. It forecloses the development of Ethiopia. If you do construct 90-meter height of dam, which harvests 4 times the flow of the Dawa River. So my recommendation is, the Igad and my brothers, Kenya and Somalia, it will be good to give this for specialists and those skilled persons to work on the water balance, as well as the equal utilization of these resources among the 3 countries. In similar way, we don't have any concern on the bridge that is raised today on the Dawa River, but we want to see the whole package with the dam, how we construct the road as well as the dam based on the responses of our specialists. And the other projects that I want to raise to the Igad, I want to raise issues to the Igad and member states. That is a project which will be constructed on BigMade project on transport. Of course, yesterday we have informed that the PIDA will have a week next week, December 6 up to 10. We will raise our concerns on that, but to be on board the Igad Secretariat and our member states. The BigMade project, it's a project, a transport project between Lake Victoria and the Mediterranean. It is initiated by the most downstream country, Egypt. And even the project management is managed by the downstream country, Egypt. Ethiopia has a concern and joined the BigMade project in 2017. And we have a lot of issues, concerns on that, because it is not a transport project. It is a nexus transport as well as water project. The success of BigMade projects mainly lays on the release of water from upstream countries. To transport, to pass the boat from A to B, it needs a minimum water level. That minimum water level, forecloses the development of upstream country. So our concern is, we appreciate, the integration of African peoples. We also appreciate, the transport design, but still we should have to also look, the future development of Ethiopia and the other upstream countries that releases more water from the transport side. So this also, our concern is, to discuss the issue based on the expert knowledge. Instead of politically decide the transport, it's better to give for experts to bring us, the water balance and the minimum water level requirement for the transport issues. The other issue, as Igad priority area is, food security and environmental protections. This is one of the priority area for Igad, but the VIC-MADE project passes through the world-class wetland, Sud wetland. So the hydrology of the Sud wetland is not known. It's difficult to understand even for the time being. So it crosses the well-known Sud wetland. That means it drains or extracts water from the well-known wetland. So this also have a concern in Ethiopian side for the Sud basins. So to make it, to conclude my remarks on this, it is good to give chance for experts to involve, specialists on the area to use our resources and to integrate a member state and Africa for this economic development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Abra Adunya. Next is a representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Republic of Kenya, Mr. Daniel Tanui. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Ministers, Your Excellencies, heads of delegations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and a privilege for me to join you at this closing ceremony of the Igad Regional Infrastructure Development Partners Roundtable Conference. I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to thank you most sincerely for your contributions during these 3 days of intense deliberations on regional infrastructure. I believe that during this time, important milestones have been arrived at in regard to improving, strengthening, and enhancing infrastructure in the Igad region. As remarked by the representative of the Cabinet Secretary on Tuesday, during her opening remarks, the region faces serious challenges in regard to infrastructure development. The Igad Master Plan 2020, therefore, is a unique regional initiative and will go a long way in strengthening the regional integration. Though the region faces immense challenges, the goal to integrate and enhance development remains the desire of the heads of states and government of the Igad region. This initiative, therefore, aims to reduce isolationism and bring the objective of integration closer home. The presence of all member states in this conference portrays the importance infrastructure plays in development. I therefore want to thank you all for your participation during these 3 days of conference. On behalf of the government of Kenya, and especially the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I want to again thank you for your attendance. And I want to say that don't leave before you visit some of our scenic places in Nairobi. Somewhere we have a national park very near here. So don't leave before you visit these places. Visit some of our best restaurants, internationally renowned restaurants, and sample our nyama choma. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Director Tanui. And I will jump the 2 gentlemen so that I can exhaust with the member states. And the next speaker will be the representative from the Federal Republic of Somalia, from the Ministry of Transport and Civil Aviation, Mr. Liban Mohammed. You have the floor, sir.
Hello, everyone. You gave a millennial the center seat. It's not a good idea. I could have a lot to say, but I have to be very diplomatic. So, so thank you all. I want to take this opportunity to thank Igad and their team for putting together this agenda. I hope we can use this, these discussions, roundtable, to learn from one another. So our infrastructure systems can remain resilient against the many stressors and shocks we all face in our respective countries. More importantly, learn from each other regarding our infrastructure systems to support the developments mentioned within the Igad Regional Master Plan. I was told to speak, specific to the themes. I didn't know we had to get into the detail of the challenges our specific country faces. An example, this morning, there was an attack on a UN convoy this morning in Somalia, which 5+ people lost their lives and many injured. And of course, yesterday, our Prime Minister tweeted a humanitarian crisis with the drought. Over 115,000 people have been displaced. So, this is a great opportunity for us to learn from one another. And my fellow colleague from Djibouti spoke about unity, and it is very important at this time, to address this and collectively come together. And one of the themes, of course, we spoke about was trade as well, infrastructure systems, integrated systems, regional integration. But I wanted to speak to trade, and we know trade will be critical for our economies, and that trade will have shifted significantly to Europe, Asia, Middle East, and other developing countries. Presently in Somalia, we're dependent on imports of basic commodities for consumption. This results in a high trade deficit, almost 80%. And that is a statistic, don't quote me on it, but from 2018, 2019. The costly infrastructure in Somalia has constrained its growth from a variety of perspectives, including limiting inclusion between landlocked and coastal areas, between rural and urban areas, and between the rest of the Horn of Africa. For Somalis to flourish, we need to be able to get Somali products, services, people to central markets. We need modern infrastructure systems and economical quality and with economical quality services. And we must have access to innovative gateways with logistics and integrated infrastructure. In reviewing last night, the Igad Regional Master Plan, and in discussing with my colleagues, and I apologize, our state minister is not here, but we did have a discussion regarding the master plan last night, and we of Somalis have just one thing to say, and it is that we support it. Somalis are interested in investing in our infrastructure and trade corridors in the coming years to safeguard our goods and resources, excuse me, so our resources can move more efficiently within Somalia into the global markets. Our future success as a country relies on our ability to compete in the world and create jobs. As I said, giving a millennial the center seat, I have a lot to say. 70% of Somalians are youth, right? And being amongst them, or being a returnee and living in Somalia now, I spend a lot of time and speaking to them, and of course trying to understand not only the challenges that we all spoke about today, and we heard from many others, but to understand the future generation. COP26 just recently ended on the climate talks about future generations. You saw many young people protest on the many infrastructure systems and programs that are being proposed worldwide, globally, in the West, and now here in Africa. So environment, it should be number one component to everything that we are discussing here for the purpose of future generations, right? So by investing in our trade corridors in Somalia, we are investing in our future, right? And to conclude, I'm not going to repeat the many other recommendations that was given by my colleagues here, but I just have one recommendation, and of course, that is to engage with Somalis on these activities and programs. I got an invitation email a week before this roundtable discussion I didn't have an opportunity, my colleagues didn't have an opportunity to present on Somali activities and programs and project pipelines. So one thing I recommend is that if you are interested in hearing about Somali's activities, programs, projects, or initiatives, to engage with us directly. Contact the right person, the right ministry, and make sure that you are, getting the right information. The many problems I faced, as an advisor to the minister is that infrastructure is being discussed in other ministries when they should be discussed at our ministry. And this is a concern to many other African countries that are here being represented, because there's always a conflict of mandates and responsibilities that we constantly go back and forth on. It's not rocket science, right? So if you're interested in engaging with Somalis, if you don't have the contacts, I'm here. You can see me outside. I'll be happy to connect you to the right people. I have no interest or motives, right? The interest is what we discussed here, regional integration. So speaking to the right ministries, speaking to the right delegates, right staff, should be a recommendation I have for Igad and the many development partners and the private sectors that are here today. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Brother Liban. And indeed, being the youngest on the podium, you really represented the largest, the majority of our people in the region. And thank you for all that you've said, complementing what the earlier speakers had also indicated. So without further ado, I want to go to our senior Minister for Finance and Planning, from the youngest, well, maybe they've grown older now. We used to say the youngest member of the Igad family, but I think they've come of age now. The Republic of South Sudan, Honorable Agak Achuel. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellencies, ministers from Igad region, Your Excellencies, the other dignitaries which are here have been invited to attend this forum. I take all the protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Igad for taking the lead in coming up with this important initiative that brought us together here in Nairobi. I also have a chance to thank His Excellency, our big brother Raila Amolo Odinga, for his very elaborated presentation and remarks. I also thanked all the presenters for their very good presentation. The moderators did very good work, I meant to say. I also thank the organizers for their efforts in making this event as a success. The following opening session, the presentation, the roundtable discussions, the breakaway session, and all went well. I also would like to take this opportunity also to thank the host country, which is the Kenyan, our brothers, and the hospitality they extended to us, and the welcoming they did to us. So I appreciate that. On behalf of my colleagues, I thank you a lot for having done that big job to welcome us in this occasion. All the issues discussed in this conference are very important for all our region, and especially my country, South Sudan, which is said to be a young country. Although I think a young country which got broken away from an old country, it still have some old image of the whole Sudan. So we are young, but the people in South Sudan are not young. Yes, we have youth, which are around 70%, but I hope we are taking baby steps and we shall catch up. Ladies and gentlemen, the youngest country, which is South Sudan, is very much left behind in terms of development. As well as it was said by Honorable Raila in his speech, that the region is experiencing fundamental challenges and that these challenges can be put to an end through infrastructure development and regional integration, through roads, network, and transport. And if we could do this in a short time, I think we can see the difference. We have already seen the difference of the railway from Mombasa to Nairobi. We have seen the difference on development of the railroad from Djibouti to Addis. We have seen a big difference there. So this development, if we continue with all these kind of infrastructure in our own region, I think the development will catch up. There is no quick fix. The whole idea is that to implement and do the right thing. Otherwise, the Asian countries were in the same situation where we are now. But they are picked up and they are moving very fast because they are doing the right thing. So if we do the same, we pick up and do the right thing, then our region will move to the further level. Development through infrastructure and regional integration through trade, as already mentioned by other countries, and to reduce the poverty and eradication needs us to do a lot of work on roads, infrastructures, villages. As in my country, we have already embarked on regional and interstate road network, but we are implementing peace. As long as we are implementing peace, we are also on the other side working on development and infrastructures of the roads. As soon as we achieve the stability and peace, the development will start, and I hope we shall be connected with our neighbors through roads and rails and air. Ladies and gentlemen, the good thing which will go away with me here is that the good ideas which I had, especially the issues concerning the rail, roads, the bridges, the infrastructures which are really useful to the population, which can connect us such that we can trade among ourselves, are good things which I can take away from here. I'm already dreaming of a railroad between Juba and Addis. It is impossible because there are a lot of things going on in my country, but the dream will never die, because if we are connected with Addis, that will favor our way to Djibouti port. If we are connected with Nairobi, that will pave our way to Mombasa port. If we are connected with Uganda, it will also pave our way through Uganda to Tanzania, and will also open a way. If we are connected with DRC, it will also open a way to Atlantic Ocean. And if we are connected with our brother in the north, which is Sudan, it will open a way to Port Sudan. And by having those dreams in our minds. We believe that all these connections will make us trade for peace among ourselves. And when we trade for peace among ourselves, it builds on the opportunity of the youth. They will find jobs to do. They will not engage in conflict. And the prosperity will spring up from there. Because you see, when there is peace, there is development. But if there is conflict, the development is really bogged down. Or we destroy the development and then we start over from nowhere. And starting over from nowhere is not going to take us anywhere, because you can destroy a bridge which has been built for almost 1 year or 3 years. And you can destroy that bridge with a conflict in about half an hour. And it will take you another 5 years or 10 years to rebuild it. So we choose peace, especially in our young country. We are implementing peace now. And we believe with this peace, we will start on our road network to connect the states within Southern Sudan. And if we connect the states, then automatically we are connected with our neighbors. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe the only thing I can take away from here are the few things I have just said. And I believe that if we do the right thing and implement the right ideas, we will get out of this poverty. Never mind, Africa was divided in Europe, 1881. And if we sit and do nothing now, you have seen the change of the climate. You have seen the change of the climate. You have seen the drought. You have seen the floods. If all these countries which are very near to the ocean are drowned, don't forget your African highlands will be divided again in Europe or in Washington. So the best thing is for us to work very hard, fix our problems, and be alert that the world is moving and we should move with the world together. Ladies and gentlemen, I will stop here and I thank you all for listening.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those wise words and sentiments that echo the sentiments that were made or the statements that were made during the official opening. And I think they also reflect the discussion that took place in the last 2.5 days. Without further ado, I want to call upon Ambassador Magdi to make his statement. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable Minister Chol, Honorable State Minister from the Sister Republic of Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, members of the delegations, our partners from the development partners, the media, the private sector, and also our sisters and brothers in Igad Secretariat. I would like to start by thanking the people and government of the Republic of Kenya for the hospitality, for hosting us, and for the hospitality according to all delegations since their arrival here in Nairobi. Also, I would like to thank our sisters and brothers in the Igad Secretariat for a job well done in preparing for this very important roundtable discussions. I would like also to thank all the presenters and the members of the Secretariat and the facilitators for their very insightful presentations. And also would like to thank the staff and management for Crown Plaza Hotel for the best services that they have presented to us, which made this event very successful. If I try to say, to speak about my observations and takeaway. I think I'm going to divide them in two parts. First one is going to be regarding the region, and then the second part is going to be connected with what we think we can try to do at the national level. But before that, I also would like to thank for this opportunity, because for me personally, this was very important, because I have been serving here in Kenya from 2007 to 2011 at Sudan Embassy in Nairobi. And so this was a very good opportunity for me to come and to see my old friends here in Kenya, and also to see what is going on. But I would like to assure you that I have been impressed by what I have been seen here in Kenya, especially regarding the infrastructure development here in Nairobi, and also 3 months ago I was in Mombasa. You have done a lot, and I would like to congratulate you on what you have achieved. I hope that we in the other Igad countries will be able to catch up with what you have done in a very limited short of time. My last visit to Nairobi was in December 2012. But in these 9 years, I can say that a lot have been changed, and we hope that we will keep it up. My first observation is that in these 3 days, I saw that there is some sort, I felt that there is some sort of concentration on some countries more than others. We hope that in the next next events and functions, we will be able to give some sort of equal opportunities for all countries in Igad region, in order for all of us to feel that we are the same, and we are equals, and we are partners, and we are sisters and brothers. This is the first observation. The second one is I also observed that the Igad regional, infrastructure master plan is over ambitious compared with the actual situation currently in Igad region. Our region is unfortunately is infested with a lot of, is faced with so many challenges. Chief among them, we have a chronic problem of peace and stability. And at least currently we have it in 4 out of the 7 Igad countries. We have a challenge of economic instability in some countries. We have a challenge of COVID-19 on the impact of COVID-19 on our economies. We have the challenge of drought, desertification, and desert locust. We have also other challenges regarding the human resources in some of our countries. So when we take all these challenges together and compare it with the actual resources that are needed for the implementation of the master plan, I get the feeling that the plan is over ambitious. And if we say that if there is a infrastructure funding gap in Africa, in Igad we can say that there is infrastructure funding gulf. It is not a gap at all. Yeah, so this is a big challenge for all of us. So I think that we have to, in the next couple of months and years, we have to concentrate on this issue, on how to fund this, how to try to address this very crucial issue. We in the member states, in the Igad Secretariat, with our development partners, with our partners in the region, and from far away, we have to try to be very creative in trying to sort out this very difficult issue. Without addressing this funding gulf, we will not be in a position to properly implement this ambitious master plan. The third point in this respect also is when we come to the implementation of the master plan, and also when we come to we have to take into consideration the particularities of each and every country of us. We are in the same organization. I mean, we are all members, but there is a huge disparity among the IGAD countries. So when we come to implement this master plan, and also to design other future plans, we have to take into consideration the particularities of each and every country, and to try to, because I think that there is no one size that fits all. We have to look to design solutions according to the particularities, to the conditions of each country. The last point in this part is respect to the fact that now we have we have received, I mean, in the last decade, we have seen there is emergence of some sort of cooperation and sometimes interventions, sometimes concern with from the countries of the Gulf. I think that it provides opportunity for us to try to help us in addressing this issue of funding for our infrastructure master plan, but at the same time also it raises some challenge. We need to put our hands together, to work together in this respect, and to see how can we work together in order to channel that interest from the Gulf countries into a positive outcome for IGAD region. At the national level, I think first we are intending to plan some sort of a national workshop in which we are going to bring all the stakeholders from the different government institutions that involved in infrastructure, the private sector, the media, the academia, and the civil society, in order to first to raise awareness among all of us about the huge opportunities and at the same time the challenge that we are facing regarding infrastructure interconnectivity between Sudan and IGAD, and also with other member countries, other neighboring countries. This is one. Also to enhance coordination among the different institutions or among all the stakeholders. We don't want to, we want to try to overcome this silo mentality. Also, we want also to see, when we come together, we are going to see what are the opportunities and what are the challenges and how to overcome them. So this is going to be one of the main activities. We hope that we will be able to achieve it in the first quarter of next year. And we look forward to work with IGAD Secretariat and other partners to make that national consultation a successful event. The second thing also, we will recommend that we are going to concentrate on the issue of capacity building, because we think that due to some political reasons dealing with the Sudan relations with some members of the international community during the previous regime, we have been left behind in the issue of in our human resources. So we need to concentrate on that one, and also we'll try to cooperate with IGAD Secretariat and with other member countries on this issue of capacity building. And also we would like also our people in the different infrastructure sectors to learn from the best practices and from other experience in IGAD region. At the strategic level, or at the what we can call it the long-term plan, we want to concentrate on the opportunities that have been created by the fact that now the center of gravity of African trade has moved from the countries of the north to the countries of Asia, especially the Asian giants, China, India, Japan, South Korea. and also to some countries of the Middle East. We think that we are situated strategically in Africa, and we would like to concentrate on that one and to try to build a bridge between the Red Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. We have a project called Port Sudan Dakar Road, which has been sanctioned by the OIC organizations, but we will see others. So this is one of the areas in which we are going to concentrate regarding infrastructure and interconnectivity. In this respect also, we will try to do our best to connect with other neighboring countries. Now we have three neighbors from Igad, that is South Sudan, Ethiopia, and Eritrea. But also we have 4 other neighbors who are belonging to other regional blocks. So we want to connect with them. We want to connect with Chad and Central African Republic, which are part of members of CIMAC, and through them to go to ECOWAS to Nigeria. Also, we would like to connect with Libya in the northeast, and from Libya to other countries of the Arab Maghreb Union. Also, we would like to connect with Egypt in the north and other countries of the Middle East. So this is one of these are the main issues we are and the most important things we are thinking about and we are planning to concentrate on. I conclude by thanking you for your attention and also renewing my thanks and appreciation to Igad Secretariat for all they have done, and also for our host, the government and people of Kenya. And I wish each and every one of you a safe travel home. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Magdi. And as we say in Kiswahili, karibu nyumbani, welcome back home. Being the representative of the Igad chair, I was held back to give you as much latitude as possible so that you can capture those 2 responsibilities, speaking on behalf of the Republic of Sudan, but also as the chair of Igad. Thank you very much, sir. So last on my list in terms of member states, it's the Pearl of Africa. I want to call upon Gerald Aquino to speak on behalf of the Republic of Uganda. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable ministers present, Your Excellencies, development partners, member states, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. You will believe with me that if you are the last speaker and it is tending towards lunch, you virtually have very little to talk about because they have already talked about all your points almost. So this is the most difficult time for you to deliver your speech. However, I want to recognize the presence of my colleagues here from Uganda. Please wave your hands. Yes, I represent here their views, and I am happy personally and delighted to be here to witness the birth of this master plan. It is a living document which has taken years to prepare it, develop it, and in the last 3 days, we have been here witnessing the birth of this master plan. I want to join others in thanking the Igad Secretariat for bringing us together in this roundtable, development partners to engage in advancing infrastructure development in the Igad region. Thank you very much, Secretariat. It was not easy to coordinate this master plan. Sometimes resources would dry up, and sometimes we had the impact of COVID. There were nowhere to meet. All these challenges came in, but nevertheless, you persisted and carried on. And today we have the master plan, which is going to guide development of infrastructure in the Igad region. So my appreciation on behalf of Uganda. I also appreciate the host country, Kenya, for hosting us, not once, during the preparation of this master plan, but a couple of times. We have also been hosted elsewhere, but particularly here. Appreciate partner states for their commitment in developing this master plan. I must say that all partner states have participated. Technical officials, the steering committee, all those structures were available to make sure that the master plan that we come up with is comprehensive and is able to address the infrastructure gaps in the Igad region. So thank you very much. Appreciate all the development partners, but in particular, African Development Bank, because they have been behind the funding of this infrastructure master plan. In our general observations, this master plan is comprehensive enough, covering key flagship projects in transport, energy, water, and ICT. Once implemented, this master plan will transform the region at large, Africa. Now, once you have celebrated the birth of a child, that is not the end. It is the beginning of your journey to raise up that child until his destiny is secured. This master plan today that has been birthed, we have a very great role to play to see that we realize the vision. We realize what the objective, the overall goal for this master plan is. And I want to call upon Igad that you still have a very big role to play in the implementation and resource mobilization to ensure that, and even monitoring of this master plan, to ensure that we realize the overall goal and the aim of the master plan. As Uganda, we want to commit to the mobilization of resources to ensure that the projects that are here are implemented, and overall to make the great contribution to the region through this master plan. We are also sure that Uganda, South Sudan power interconnector, once implemented, will make a very big contribution to the regional power trade. This project is among the flagship projects in this master plan. And similarly, linking of the SGR between Uganda, Kenya, and South Sudan will go a long way to facilitate trade and integration I want to also join our voice in congratulating Kenya in the progress that has been made of the implementation of the standard gauge railway line. When we heard from the presentation of what is happening and the turnaround times, how they have reduced and how they are working hard to make sure that even the meter gauge railway is revamped and performs efficiently. It was something that is very great to hear, and motivated us to think. And I must say that we asked Kenya and said, please, your success is our success in Uganda. The day you will reach Malaba is the day of our great joy, because we cannot develop the standard gauge railway without a link to Kenya. So we are anxiously waiting for you to reach Malaba. We are anxiously and praying that whatever you do, please succeed so that we can succeed and that South Sudan can also succeed. We appreciate consideration of our Angololo multipurpose water resources project between Uganda and Kenya. After implementation of this project, border communities will benefit from water for agricultural purposes, hence increasing small-scale agricultural production and livelihoods of the border communities between Uganda and Kenya. This project is very key. If you are at the border and you see the kind of suffering those people are going through because of clean water and even water for their crops and agriculture, you will realize that this project is a flagship project in that area. In conclusion, again, I want very much to appreciate all of you for your participation and for coming up and joining us. I must say us, because we have been with the Igad Secretariat in the preparation and development of this master plan. Thank you very much for coming. This master plan will now be an addition to our planning framework in terms of infrastructure delivery. So it adds to the rest of the master plans, the Northern Economic Corridor. This one now will work on the Djibouti corridor. And then others, we have other corridors also with their various master plans. So I very much appreciate, and God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Gerald Ekino, for those sentiments, and we appreciate the presence of Uganda as a founding member of Igad in this particular forum. So without further ado, I want to call upon Mr. Samata Omar Elmi from Africa Development Bank, the head office in Abidjan, to make his remarks on behalf of AFDB. You have the floor, sir.
Okay, for the sake of maybe language balance, I will shift to French, if possible.
So we have another French speaker, which is very good, because then we solidify the fact that we are indeed bilingual. So just a few minutes as you put on your headset, you just switch it on and it will go automatically to English. Thank you. Go ahead.
Ok, merci beaucoup. D'abord, je souhaiterais profiter de cette occasion pour remercier d'abord le bonjour en fait à tous les membres qui sont ici présents à ce podium, son Excellence Monsieur le Ministre des Finances de de la République sud-soudanaise, les autres représentants des différents pays de l'Igad. Tout d'abord, je souhaiterais dire que la Banque africaine de développement est très honorée d'avoir financé ce plan directeur, qui est un plan directeur très important parce que pour financer des projets, nous avons besoin de nous adosser à un cadre institutionnel et stratégique existant. Donc, c'est ça le point de départ des investissements qu'un bailleur tel que la banque ou les autres bailleurs d'ailleurs interviennent. Donc, ce plan directeur donne la direction à suivre. Il donne aussi un certain nombre de projets prioritaires dans les différents secteurs tels que l'eau, les transports, l'énergie, le digital. Et maintenant, ce que je souhaiterais dire, c'est que c'est quoi l'étape suivante en tant que bailleur et du point de vue d'un bailleur qui est intéressé d'appuyer les pays membres, ces pays membres qui sont tous les pays africains, mais aussi les différentes communautés économiques régionales telles que l'Igad. Alors, l'étape suivante, c'est de partir sur ce plan directeur, sélectionner un certain nombre de projets prioritaires, réaliser les études de faisabilité et ensuite mobiliser les ressources pour leur réalisation. Alors, les études de faisabilité, en règle générale, nous les finançons à travers différents mécanismes. Et en règle générale, c'est des subventions qui sont apportées soit à travers les États qui font la demande, soit à travers les structures régionales dans le cadre de projets régionaux. Donc, peu importe le temps que le développement de ce plan directeur a pris, ce que je souhaiterais souligner ici, c'est qu'une étude de faisabilité, quand elle se réalise, on n'a pas forcément les mêmes délais que l'élaboration d'une stratégie, parce qu'une étude de faisabilité peut très vite être outdated, en fait, peut se retrouver dans une situation où il faut, au bout d'un certain temps, chercher des fonds pour essayer de la mettre à niveau ou la mettre à jour. Donc, il nous faut éviter cette contrainte. Et donc, aujourd'hui, nous avons un plan qui est là. Et la recommandation de la banque, c'est que nous travaillons ensemble entre les pays, les organisations internationales telles que la Banque africaine de développement, le secteur privé. C'est très important. Aujourd'hui, les besoins en termes d'infrastructures optiques, par exemple, se chiffrent à 250 000 kilomètres de fibres en Afrique. C'est proprement énorme. Et les ressources publiques qui sont disponibles aujourd'hui ne peuvent pas, à elles seules, financer ces besoins colossaux. Et c'est la même chose. Avant-hier, le haut représentant sur les infrastructures de l'Union africaine, son Excellence Raila Odinga, a déroulé un certain nombre d'indicateurs qui, dans les autres secteurs aussi, indiquent combien les besoins sont énormes. Et donc, d'où l'intérêt de monter des partenariats publics-privés avec le secteur privé et travailler de telle sorte qu'on puisse mettre en place des partenariats publics-privés qui soient équilibrés, inclusifs et durables. Parce qu'en règle générale, si le PPP, au moment où il est en train d'être monté, n'est pas monté de manière équilibrée, c'est-à-dire avec un partage des risques entre le public et le privé qui se fasse de la manière la plus, disons, équilibrée possible, s'il n'est pas inclusif, c'est-à-dire s'il ne prend pas en compte les intérêts bien compris des deux parties, s'il n'est pas durable, c'est-à-dire s'il n'est pas inscrit sur une durée suffisante pour que chacun des deux parties puisse trouver son compte, ce qu'on observe en règle générale, c'est des négociations, des renégociations qui se fassent immédiatement, 1 an, 2 ans, alors que c'est peut-être une concession qui était censée durer 20 ans, 30 ans, 40 ans, 50 ans. Et donc ça, c'est des indicateurs qui montrent que, in fine, au moment où ces PPP étaient montés, les dispositions nécessaires n'ont pas été forcément prises. Donc, d'où l'intérêt pour nous de travailler avec toutes les parties prenantes et s'assurer que tout soit fait en amont dans le cadre des études de faisabilité pour qu'on puisse avoir non pas seulement les aspects techniques, mais aussi les aspects économiques et financiers, les aspects environnementaux et sociaux, parce que quand on met en place des infrastructures, il y a aussi des fois des impacts environnementaux et sociaux qu'il faut absolument adresser. Et c'est important. Et donc, il faut que ça se fasse au moment où l'étude de faisabilité est faite. il faut aussi regarder, si possible, la possibilité justement d'avoir recours à des partenariats publics-privés, sachant que les ressources publiques se feront de plus en plus rares en raison, en particulier, des impacts négatifs de la pandémie du Covid-19. Voilà. Donc, si j'ai juste un commentaire à faire à ce niveau, c'est que nous avons fait aujourd'hui la première étape. Il nous reste à passer aux études de faisabilité des projets prioritaires. Ensuite, chercher et mobiliser les financements. Et les financements, comme je l'ai dit tantôt, ne viendront pas uniquement ou ne peuvent pas venir uniquement du secteur public, bailleurs compris, d'où donc la pertinence d'avoir recours à des mécanismes de financement innovants qui intègrent le public, le privé et tenir compte aussi des organisations de la société civile pour vraiment arriver à des projets qui soient inclusifs et qui répondent effectivement aux besoins de nos populations. Donc, il ne me reste plus qu'à vous remercier et à dire aux organisateurs un grand merci pour la qualité des échanges, la qualité de l'accueil aussi du Kenya pendant ces 3 jours. Merci à vous et excellente journée.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Samata. And it's not for me, but we wish you also to convey our greetings to your colleagues for the cooperation that we've had in the organization of this roundtable. So without further ado and without taking much time, I know it's exactly 2 now, but bear with us for another 5 or so minutes so that we can hear the final word from the organizer, the Director for Economic Cooperation and Regional Integration at the Igad Secretariat, Dr. Osman Babikar. You have the floor, sir.
Thanks, Brazil. Thanks so much. Honorable Ministers, representative of ministers, distinguished participants, and development partners, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm very happy, actually. And let me first, on behalf of His Excellency, Dr. Workone Kiboyo, the Executive Secretary of Igad, and my colleagues from Igad and the Division of Economic Cooperation and Regional Integration, to thank you for coming and participating in this very important roundtable conference. It has been a pleasure interacting and learning through this mutual learning and experience sharing platform, which have been possible through this project. And let me then thank the African Development Bank for the generous support. And it is a continuous support. And we acknowledge also the support of other development partners in different development challenges in our region. Let me first highlight something about the regional integration. It is actually a process, as you know. And the Division of Economic Cooperation and Regional Integration, maybe by definition, it is the heart of this regional integration. But we have to highlight also the importance and the critical contribution of the whole Igad. And by the whole Igad, I mean the divisions, other divisions, other specialized institutions and programs, they are contributing towards this regional integration through a number of achievements, whether they are in the institutional setup of the Secretariat, whether in social development, whether it is environmental or food security, whether it is in peace and security. So you see the process is about, the process of interest is about what Igad is doing in the region. And we have to, as regional economic community, to contribute to that continental integration. One of the points I would like also to mention is, please, let us in our countries, whether at national, regional, or international level, let us think strategically, because strategic thinking can give us opportunity to tackle micro plus macro. I mean, everything, every challenge could be tackled through using this strategic thinking, okay? And the long-term planning, I think, is very good, despite what has been mentioned about the challenge we have to use the strategic thinking. And I have noticed during the 3 days, yesterday I was asking myself, have we followed this strategic thinking even in the implementation of this event or this conference? And the answer was yes, because I just repeated what we have done through the different sessions. I mean, you can notice that we started with thinking about infrastructure. Let me talk in the context of infrastructure, a master plan. We started thinking by mentioning SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, and we emphasize or highlight the goal number 9. Then we turn to Agenda 2063 of the African Union, and the aspiration number 2, the world-class infrastructure. Please, let us work seriously on having world-class. The issue of standardization, you have seen, came out very clearly. And then I just thought of the gross domestic product, or this is how we calculate our economic growth or development. I mean, how we measure it. And I was just noticed yesterday, someone shared with me a report on wealth account. It is also type of how we measure development or economic growth strategically. It is actually an effort by the World Bank, and infrastructure specifically is one of the key elements in that account, because the account is based actually on 4 key elements: productive capital or productive assets, natural assets or capital, and also there is the assets resulting from foreign investments and other resources. But most specifically, infrastructure was there in that account. And it is very interesting type of account as compared to the gross domestic product. So let us, in our planning, also use that type of measure, because we can, it is sustainable and it is inclusive and very comprehensive measurement. And it is, most importantly, let us consider the environment.
all the killings we are talking about now is because we do not respect the environment. Since we are talking about this infrastructure master plan, and let me also appreciate the request and comments came out during the discussion from member states. All of them well taken, and we will consider them. We'll share with them, share with our executive secretary and our colleagues in the other divisions as well, all these concerns. And together we can solve all of them. And in this regard of the challenge we have in the region, and in the context of this infrastructure master plan, let me share with you that we have implemented them. We have started implementation. Like the honorable minister saying, let us implement good ideas. This master plan now is under implementation through different initiatives, through finance from different development partners, and I can mention some examples. We have started the implementation of it just in June, for example. Actually, the whole process is a learning process, and it has a multi-stakeholder engagement. Ministries, private sector, civil society actors, NGOs, businesses, private sector, everyone was included in the preparation of this master plan. And so the approach, and if you have noticed, the approach used in the preparation is comprehensive, inclusive, gender responsive, and it also climate, considering the issue of climate change. And it is also considering the issue of job creation. So this economic corridor approach, I would like to recommend, and me myself, I will use it, because it is a unique type of spatial planning for development. Let us use it in our to solve our development challenge. And I don't want to talk too much because of the interest of time, but let me conclude by thanking everyone, our honorable ministers, development partners, our distinguished delegates from member states, our colleagues, and let us also acknowledge our colleagues who are supporting us from communication and media. And please reward us in a right way. And also would like to thank our colleagues, our host, Kenya, for the generous hosting and for the generous support for this event. And also the hotel. Let us also, I'm very sure every one of us, thank them for the generous support and facilitation of this conference. I would like to conclude by that we are just facilitators. We are just facilitators. For this regional infrastructure master plan, we have started it with support from the World Bank, for example, and EU and African Development Bank on different, themes like renewable energy, like policy support, capacity development, and ICT, digital infrastructure, among others. I would like to conclude by thanking all of you again
for coming and for the fruitful discussion and deliberation during this conference. Would like also to thank, I forgot to thank my colleagues in the division, because I am two hats now. The Division of Economic Cooperation, Zakaria, is there. This is, we call him Infrastructure Master Plan. He's the one behind all this success. And also Aisha, she is also assisting us in the program, and other colleagues and the whole Igad colleagues. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Have a blessed day.
Okay. Thank you very much, Director, for those remarks. You just forgot to close the meeting by making that singular statement that you declare this meeting officially closed. So I will give you a second to do that. So I can then say something after you have closed.
Because I do not want it to be closed, but it's okay. Colleagues, I think now we can officially declare that meeting is come to closure. Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much once again, Director, and all the speakers. Indeed, it is a privilege and an honor for even myself for being part of the organizing of this roundtable. At the onset, I also want just to make our sincere apologies if we were short in any way, if there were any shortcomings in terms of logistics, or it is not by commission. It must have been by omission, and we are human. So human is to error, and we apologize if there were any shortcomings. So with that, I also want to indicate that we had a team of rapporteurs who managed to capture all that we deliberated, and very soon in terms of communication, we will be communicating as my brother Liban indicated, to the right contacts in the member states and with our development partners, so that we can get the final report of the deliberations, including the recommendations that came through. And that also goes with to our other partners from the private sector and also the media. So we thank you very much, and please enjoy your lunch and enjoy